Good evening, everybody. I want to welcome you to the October 2nd City Council meeting. If you could all stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. We get a roll call?
Councilmember Stroman?
Here.
Councilmember Walker?
Here.
Councilmember Engel?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hagan?
Here.
Mayor Bellinger?
Here. Thank you. First up on the agenda is the consent calendar. These items are considered routine in nature and are acted upon by a single action unless requested by an individual council member or a member of the public for special consideration. Anybody here at the council level would like to pull any of the items here?
I believe it was
I'd like to pull 4, please.
Pull 4, okay.
and, excuse me here. Okay. No,
Nope,
I'm
you're good.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to abstain from item 1, as I wasn't here last meeting.
Anybody in the audience that had any other items other than number 4 they would like to pull for further consideration before we can go on to the next step?
Mr. Mayor, I will move to approve the consent, or the items 1, 2, and 3 for the consent calendar.
Motion, if we could have a second.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Sorry, aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Item number 4, questions?
Sure. So item number 4 is the second reading of the regulation of smoke shops and tobacco retail use in the city of Escalon. Thank you for the extra work that you've put in since the last meeting with the maps drawn out with the locations that would be available for tobacco retail use and smoke shop. In reviewing the map, it's come to my attention that we're basically banning this kind of business from Escalon, and that's the feeling that I'm having at this point because of the lack of space that we would be allowing this type of business to use. There are essentially almost no locations for that. And on that, I would like to discuss removing the consideration number 4 from the ordinance, which was the 600 feet from residential areas.
Ms. Walker, with all due respect, I can appreciate your concern. However, really don't want a smoke shop in my backyard. Nor do I think all 7,000 residents of the city of Escalon would prefer a smoke shop in their backyard. So while I understand your concern, I personally can't agree to the removing that condition.
That's fine. I mean, we need to have the discussion, though. It is a income-producing business, and it is a legal item to sell in general. That is where all of our commercial areas are located on highway, most of them on the highway or on 108, which even though they are, as the crow flies, 600 feet or less from residential, they are not actually, they're a separate entity from those residential buildings.
Just looking at the map, wondering where...
So like next to Devani's or, in that shopping center, or the shopping center where Taco Bell's located, or any of those are going to be excluded from those considerations.
There's no any other
There's other thoughts here on the council, anybody? Anybody in the audience that would like to speak to this topic has been brought up and pulled from the agenda for further discussion? Nobody else in the audience, so I guess at this point, are we moving to approve that, or are we moving to make adjustments? We're open to motions at this point.
I would make a motion to keep it how it is.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second to adopt consent item number 4 as written. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Carries 4-1. Next up, item number 5, city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to go through each of the department heads, make sure they have
Please.
any updates for you. Finance, any updates? He'll have a big update later on in the meeting. Go ahead, Fran.
I don't have any items outside of the workshop that we just held on the housing element and the items we'll present tonight.
Thank you.
The one item I have, unfortunately, I keep repeating myself with Caltrans and 120. Reached out to them again on Friday. They're supposed to be in here on October 9th to start work. There was a sign put out on 120 today that's supposed to indicate when they're supposed to go, so that's the most we've gotten so far. So we'll keep our fingers crossed and I'll stay on them, but supposedly October 9th is when the road repair will begin on 120.
Thank you.
Anything from police department?
Hopefully not yet.
I will try to keep it quick because I know we have quite a few items on the agenda for tonight. Chief Flores, expected to return tomorrow, and so we're excited to have him come back. Although both of our sergeants have been doing a fantastic job keeping everything afloat while he's been out, and so thank you very much to all of you guys. Also, we are in the process of hiring 3 new reserve officers, and so we're very excited about that, and we'll try to bring them to a future meeting to meet the council. Audit, we did reach out to our auditor, and I have really feel like I've been pushing to try to get this done on the next meeting. They're supposed to get back to us this week and let us know if they're able to do the 16th. But if not, we'll be looking at sometime in November for the audit. It was not until my knowledge last week that they're actually in tax season because the tax season was extended out to October, and so they do have increased amount of workload due to that. And so they are trying to finish everything out. They should have everything they have. They're supposed to let me know if there's anything else needed this week, and we'll be shooting for the 16th, and then if not, in November. Regarding agenda item requests, we have received an agenda item request from Danny Fox. The description of the agenda is Brentwood Park name change to Bob and Dina Lease, as are several other parks in Escalon which are named in recognition of longtime residents and great contributors to the city of Escalon. The recommendation is that the council consider renaming Brentwood Park to recognize the leases, as has been done in the past. And the examples listed were Sanchez Park, Latta Park, Hogan Ennis Sports Complex. And so with this item, he did indicate that the leases were lifelong residents in Escalon, raised their children here, were both active in Escalon organizations, which include volunteer firefighters, Escalon Sportsman Club, Lions Club, Chamber of Commerce for 33 years, Board of Directors on the Burwood Cemetery Board, leader of Boy Scouts, 1995 Citizen of the Year, 1981 Grand Marshal for Park Feet, 1981 Business Persons of the Year, and Dent PTA. So they are requesting this item be added to the agenda for discussion at the next meeting, and with your consensus, I will do so.
Thoughts and ideas here at the council?
I don't have a problem with it. But
I think I'm open to the discussion to see what it might look like and what we can do.
Will do. We'll go ahead and add that for the next meeting on the 16th.
Mr. Jalen, the workshop presentation that was presented prior to this meeting, is that on the city's website?
I don't think it's on the city's website yet, but we can make it available.
Could we add it to where the rest of the agendas are, just so in case a member of the public has missed it, you can go back and pull the presentation?
Sure, that's where the agenda for the meeting, because it was a workshop that had both bodies, majority of them. There was an agenda issued for it, and so right next to that agenda, we can put the workshop presentation.
Is it under city council or is
It's
it
under
on?
both, so we'll
Okay.
put it in both places. Because it was joint, we stuck it under the planning commission page and the city council page.
Okay.
And that was all I have.
Yeah, thank you. All right, at this point in time, where matters presented from the audience, the public may address the city council on any item that is on the agenda at the time the item is called. The public may also address the city council on any item not on the agenda that is within the subject matter of the city of Escalon. Each speaker is limited to a maximum of 5 minutes. Unused time may not be yielded to another speaker. You may state your name and address for the record. However, it is not required. Due to state law, action will not be taken on any item that is not on the agenda, and except for brief responses, the council is prohibited from discussing any item not on the agenda. If it requires action, it will be referred to staff and/or placed on a future agenda. The determination of whether an item is within the subject matter of the city is a discretionary decision made by the mayor. And at this point, we'll go ahead and open up to the public. Should you have something you'd like to bring to the council?
Kurt Danziger, 389 Noni. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'd like to start off by thanking Council members Stroman and Hagan, both reaching out on the very important issue of our wastewater treatment situation currently underway with the design permit phase from Blackwater. What I'm here tonight is to point out that we have some serious things to resolve before moving on. I'm going to ask that during your council communication, one or more council people will ask for an agenda item to discuss moving forward with the wastewater treatment plants design and permit phase. We don't have the input of the industries yet. We don't know how it's going to be budgeted, and so I think we need to stop at this point. I refer back to the PACE Advanced Wastewater Treatment presentation back in November of 2019. That work cost $72,000. The city staff was going to foot the bill for that. I came to the lectern here and said, that's not fair. These industries provide more than 50% of all the influent into that plant. They ought to be, paying some of it. And rather than them paying 60% and us 40, we paid 60, they paid 40. When the paperwork was submitted and the presentation was submitted by PACE, they came up with a plan to share the pain for the design, permit, and construction of the wastewater treatment plant. And this is 4 years ago. They laid out industries funding, design permit costs to be shared by industries, 72% by Premier, 28% by Eckert, the rest by the city. The entire cost of that renovation for the treatment plant was $16,300,000. And the city's share was $4,300,000. I was unable to be at the meeting when the presentation was put by Blackwater, personal problems, and I went back and I looked at the contract and looked at the presentation, and they're proposing $40 million without any input and agreement from the industries on what they're going to pay, if they're going to pay for anything. They may not want to pay, and we may not have them as permittees for our treatment plant. If that's the case, what are we doing with this design phase? We need a pause. We need to get it in writing. We need to lock down the industries. What are they going to do? What are they going to pay? And before we move on any further, they should be paying out of this $1.2 million design and permit phase, I figure, based on those percents, over $1 million. That directly affects our budget tonight when we start talking about wastewater. There's $1 million deficit right there. I think some of that could be made up because I don't know how it's costed out, year to year. But there's no way we should be paying all of that, those monies. I brought that up, 2 years ago, that when that money came in from COVID relief, that why are we paying for the industry share? We shouldn't be doing that. They should be paying for it. As far as I know, we can use the rest of that money for the actual construction costs. If we got 1.4 million, and I think our cost came to 192,000, then the rest of that could be used for our share of the industrial wastewater treatment plant. So, further review indicates with the contract from Blackwater, based on their timeline for events to take place, that they're a year behind their 90% goal. At this time, they're behind on a lot of things, but that's an easy one for you to understand and get to. There's many, many issues that need to be addressed. You know, are we building the right treatment plant for what we have going forward? We can't even answer that till we know the input from industries. So I'm asking tonight that we at least have a discussion at next council meeting. I think it should be as soon as possible, to discuss what we need to have going forward before we keep going forward with this treatment plant design and permit phase. I don't think we're going in the right direction, and there's nobody can answer those questions yet. Industries haven't committed to anything. So if it doesn't come up during council communications, I'll submit a request for agenda item because I think it's that important. I've been addressing this issue for year after year after year, and I think we're at the point we better do something about it before we stick the taxpayers with this bill, paying for industries over here that we shouldn't be. Thank you.
Mayor, Dominic, could you answer, we had spoke
Sure.
in regards to where we are on that?
Yeah, so it's not the city's intention in any way, shape, or form to move forward with an estimated $40 million wastewater treatment plant project unless we have industries buy-in on that. We have been meeting with them over the last several months. This process is something we want to continue meeting them on. It's not something that we're trying to force at them at this point in time. We're trying to educate, discuss things. We'll be meeting with them in the next 2 weeks, either next week or the week after, as well as with a representative from the state and Blackwater to discuss the plans in more detail so that they understand exactly why the plant is being designed the way it's being designed. And then at that point, as we move forward, when the city gets to that position where we've given them all the information we can give them, provided them all the feedback, and answered all of the questions, then yes, at some point, the city's going to end up giving them some deadline that they'll need to let us know. Currently, with our cease and desist or notice of violations that we have on the plant, we have to show progress. We have to show that we're moving forward. As Mr. Danziger mentioned as well, council back in 2021 approved the use of our ARPA funding to pay for the wastewater treatment plant design. Those monies do have restrictions on them. They do need to be spent, which includes the cost for the rate study for the wastewater treatment plant as well. They need to be expended by the end of next year. So we are on somewhat of a timeline to where that we need to move things forward and have that rate study completed or significantly done by the end of next year. But we're designing that plant currently because our current system shows them on the system. They are a user. It's being designed. We're moving forward with progress. The likelihood we'll have to wait until we find out, but right now it's educating, answering their questions, meeting with them. We've met from a member from corporate. We've talked with them. We'll follow up again, and it's basically getting that information over to them. Now, if they do decide, no, we're not going to take part on it, then we're going to have to modify the design to take care of that. And essentially, if we modify the design and the industries are not a part of the design, and they'll be in violation, which means we will eventually not be able to approve their discharge permits, which will then put them in violation with the city and the state. And so then that opens a whole other door that I don't think we need to talk about at this point in time, but I think you know where it would go. Essentially them either closing down or, closing up or whatnot.
So is it, just to be clear, is the city's position currently that they're not moving forward until they get the businesses on board?
Correct. Yeah, right now, we're meeting. So they've had a few informal meetings with staff at the plant to go over things. We've also had informal meetings at their locations to discuss things, giving them that opportunity to learn what needs to be done and what the issues are at hand. They also have had staff turnover since we started this process. They have a new general manager at Kraft, relatively new, and so it's also exposing new staff on their end to all of the information that's going on. They do have on-site processes and things that they can do, and so we are providing them that opportunity to address or see what they can upgrade on their facilities on site, because if that is a cost-saving measure for them, and then also benefits us in the aspect that everything that they're doing on site is cleaner for us and easier for us to take in, I mean, that's a plus on both ends. And so we are providing that opportunity, but it is my understanding from when we did that PACE report back in 2019, that the likelihood that they'll be able to do the things that they need to be able to do on site is going to be very slim in the aspect that they don't have the footprint to be able to add that type of infrastructure or processes on their sites. But then also, depending on what they end up doing, may require them to have their own state permit, and that could take years to move forward on. But currently, we're not moving forward with anything until we've made sure that they've been given enough information to be able to make a decision on whether or not they're moving forward. And so that's going to be a series of meetings that we have on that with them, educating, reviewing things, answering questions, gathering information, essentially being there to make sure we're giving them everything that they need to be able to make that decision.
Thank you.
No problem. And with Heinz, obviously, they're a much larger corporation. They have to go all the way to corporate, and so we're anticipating that there is going to be more time for them to be able, they're going to need a little bit more time than, say, Eckert, who my understanding that isn't as large, so.
How much money from those DARPA funds?
We don't want to get into too much of a discussion as matters reserved for the audience. I want to be careful here, guys.
Thank you. How much of those DARPA funds are being utilized for what we're currently paying for? Is that all DARPA funds? Is money coming from the city?
Majority of it, 1.2, correct.
Mr. Alves?
Hey, Councilman and council members, and Mr. Mayor, briefly. First of all, Mr. Danziger brought up some excellent points. Kurt, good job on that. Everything he says is accurate. And the thing we should have before we move forward on the sewer is a written binding contract with all the entities that are involved. So if we build this thing, they walk away, we're not stuck paying for it. That's a biggie. And that needs to be, and that binding contract should be basically displayed for everyone here to see before we move forward. The other thing is, I had some people ask me about Latta Park and whether you get some swings over there. So I don't know when that's gonna happen, but if you could post that, maybe people would quit calling me. I keep telling them it's not my problem anymore. But anyway, the next thing is water rates. We don't really know what this water system is gonna cost us completely in terms of the actual cost of the homeowners in this town. And when do we know that? Or when will we ever know that? So that's something, I think stuff like that should be posted as a constant update on the webpage in the city that people could check and see where we're at on this stuff and what movement there is on like water, the water line coming to town, the sewer, all this stuff should be on a part of our homepage where people could check in and get that information so they wouldn't have to come down here to find out. Yeah, the 40 million was a lot of money from what I heard. I just thought that was kind of crazy. The almond fields, how are we doing with those almond fields? Are we ever gonna get those things leased out so we can make some money on them instead of having dead trees? That's another thing I'd like to know about. That's pretty much, I talked with Jay Lynn. By the way, Jay Lynn, that was a great conversation I had with you. I think you're doing a great job. Keep it up. Anything I can do, I'd be glad to do it. But anything we can do to keep our local businesses going, that's what we want to do. That should be our priority. We should stick with our local guys here and help them out. That's all I really got. Thank you.
Thank you.
But how do I get this answers to these questions? Where do we get the answers from these things? Do we go online and find them or what?
I can give you a call tomorrow.
Okay, I can do that when I get back from playing golf. Later.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Hello, Mayor, council members. Just wanted to do my friendly reminder here that it's been a year and 3 months since our police officers have actually had a contract. So, and just an additional reminder, that would be 2 years and 3 months since they've seen any sort of a raise. So just want to make sure we keep this thing fresh. You guys are going to meet with somebody to discuss something tonight in another closed session meeting. You continue to hide behind the Brown Act and closed session meetings. But I just want to let one thing as another good reminder is that Brown Act doesn't force you into that. It doesn't force you into not making a statement. It doesn't force you into anything. It just allows you to do it. So you can certainly, under the Brown Act, as a legislative body, you guys can actually do something and vote and say, let's make it public, let's make a public statement, let's quit hiding behind closed session meetings, that type of stuff. So it's not all inclusive that just says, hey, we get to hide behind the Brown Act forever. So in addition, it just looks bad to the people standing behind me in the entire town when you guys continue to hide behind this Brown Act. So path of least resistance is let's just start talking about a fair contract for these officers and let's get them paid. While we've had inflation and gas is, damn near $6 a gallon, I guess, at least, these guys got nothing to pay for that with, to pay for that inflation. So let's just quit screwing around and get it done, guys. It's up to you five. It has nothing to do with the chief or the city manager or anybody else. It's you five. And so while you brought in a nice finance consultant to tell you how broke you were, well, you had $3.3 million in the reserve budget last year, and you had this in your lap last year, and you could have paid for a fair raise for these officers in that first year. So let's get it done. Quit hiding behind that closed session meeting, or just pay these people would be the most preferential thing, I think, for everybody. Pay them and move on. Quit holding them hostage, waiting for some sort of a sales tax increase that you're probably never even going to get. So, in all honesty, these people are behind me are probably not even going to vote for that because of inflation and everything. So, find a way to make money. It's up to you guys, but quit holding these officers hostage. Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience or online that would like to speak? Not seeing anyone here. Anybody online? Did anybody see anybody online there? No? All right, then we'll close matters presented from the audience. Moving on to the public hearing, item number 6. Consider and rule on an appeal filed by Daniel and Brianna Coe of the denial by the Escalon Planning Commission of conditional use permit and variance 23-784. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor. As was read, so first, good evening, Jalen French, Development and Community Services Manager. The item before you is to hear and consider an appeal of a conditional, well, the Planning Commission's August denial of a conditional use permit and variance to allow an existing recreation vehicle covered parking structure which exceeds 450 square feet. So a conditional use permit is required for any structure over 450 square feet. This is 800 square feet. And the variance was requested to accommodate lesser development standards, setbacks and height standards than in the current code. So this is for a structure, an RV covered structure at 1955 Melissa Court. Of note here, the code used to speak to accessory structures, and it had certain development standards associated with those accessory structures. Any structure that is outside of the home that is not, pertinent to being a home. These types of carports, RV parking structures. In 2020, to address these types, so more temporary uses, the metal ones, the municipal code was amended to add section 17.41.195B to discuss temporary structures to address conditions as of prefabricated metal or steel carports. Again, not permanent. So, you know, this more temporary structure versus like a more permanent garage. And the development standards in the temporary structure code were reduced from 5 feet setbacks to 3 feet to accommodate more of these temporary structures. So, as was mentioned here, 2 different things were applied for by the applicant, who is here today: a conditional use permit for a structure over 450 square feet, and then a variance because the lot, in the applicant's words in the application, the lot is of a certain shape to not allow setbacks to be met and the size structure that he wants on all sides. So that was the reason for the variance. So at the August 15th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission heard and ultimately denied approval of the conditional use permit and the variance. The applicant, in the time allotted, has appealed, submitted an application, the payment for that, and has, you know, is requesting to have the appeal heard before this body. And that is your purview in the Escalon Municipal Code, to hear appeals of decisions made by the Planning Commission. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Questions here on the dais?
Can you better, I guess, define special variance, or, you know, what that would entail?
Sure. So typically variances are used if you, because of the topography, the layout, the size of your lot, are unable to use your lot like your surrounding neighbors. That is typically what a variance is. It is, you know, allowed by state law, and that's what it is hoping to accomplish, to avoid someone not being able to use their property because of those things I mentioned in a manner that others in their neighborhood would be able to.
So that would potentially supersede, you know, some of these requirements we already gone over, or not?
If approved by the governing bodies, it could. What it won't supersede is life and safety issues. So, you know, fire code, building code, where there's a life and safety issue, it shouldn't supersede those without some sort of mitigation.
Where does our municipal code go up against the state codes for setbacks, rules, and that sort of thing? Where do we differ between those two? Are we more restrictive, less restrictive? Where do we look like in that regard?
I would say we are in line. The 3 feet is really the minimum per the building code, as I understand it, because of, again, fire safety issues. You don't want to have structures too close to your neighboring property, because that fire can spread. So 3 feet is really the minimum buffer without some sort of mitigation. And so when we were moving forward with the variance, our building official did recommend some sort of fire-rated wall to be installed on this structure along the property to the, I think it's the east, don't quote me on that, property to the east, to ensure that fire doesn't spread.
And this is steel, right?
This is a metal structure, correct?
Okay.
So my comments on this are, while I appreciate this process, this is exactly why we have a planning commission. And the planning commission, I believe, did their job. And I think that by approving this appeal, that it has the potential to be a much bigger issue for the city of Escalon. Meaning that if we grant this conditional use permit and grant this variance, that we are basically saying that we don't have to pay attention to the municipal code. Why do we even need to have a planning commission? Oh, and by the way, we don't really need to pay attention to the California Building Code. So if the other 4 council members want to take that risk, that's fine. But I think that this is a much bigger issue than just approving a conditional use permit and a variance.
So just, Mr. French, the drawings there, we've got some red on the lot map here. Are those numbers from our engineer that went out there and took measurements on this situation? It says we're 8 inches off a fence line, 16 off of a house, and then at the back, 8 inches, or, well, I'm not sure, 6 foot on the one side, the other side looks a little shorter. Are those, is that something that was done?
And I think we're going to go to that exhibit. And in the Planning Commission, there was 2.
That one there, yeah.
Yeah. So yes, these are field verified by our building official.
I don't see an issue. Like, liberties to do with your property as you please, I get, are governed by municipalities. However, it was an existing structure. I think the main concern would be fire life safety. Fire appears to have taken no stand. Doesn't appear to affect ingress or egress. Just wants to cover his RV at his home. I don't see an issue with that. And as far as Councilman Stroman's comment about, you know, it opens up bigger cans of worms, there's a process. This gentleman is doing the process.
I respectfully disagree, Councilman Engel. The carport was built, and then he came back after the fact.
May I complete my statement, please? Thank you. So, regather my train of thought, please. Rather than impose, sorry, I know where I was going now. So there's a process that we're going through now. The applicant has paid his money. He is following the process just like anybody else would have to do if they were to want to change something that was outside of code on their property. At that point, he was denied by Planning Commission. It's come to us. I don't see a serious complaint from anybody else. Was there staff, was there any other major complaints surrounding properties?
At the Planning Commission, there was a number of residents, a couple residents who did speak in opposition to the structure.
Was any of that in relation to fire life safety?
It was, and I believe they're here in the audience, it was, you know, shading of lots, proximity, perhaps some fire life safety. I can't recall that.
Was that stated here anywhere? Because, I mean, it's worth consideration, right? Because neighbors have liberties for their property as well.
Yeah.
Is there a note in here, something?
There were some notes about
Fire.
in the, sorry.
Also, at some point, Mayor, make sure you open up the public
I was
hearing.
getting to that pretty quick here, actually. Since we are looking for comment from neighbors and/or the person coming to us with the appeal, I think we should open up to the,
Yeah, I can refrain further comment until we hear that.
so, the person that brought the appeal, if you might come to the podium and speak on the topic for us.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Coe. I'm the resident of 1955 Melissa Court. I'm appealing this process just because I'm trying to just get an answer. I bought a home, and in Escalon, there's not a lot of homes with RV access. I purchased one with RV access, thought I was going to be able to use it to its full potential. I have a 46-foot toy hauler. Nowhere did I know that having that big of a toy hauler, I couldn't put a cover over it to protect my investment. I put a metal cover over it, no walls on it, no power in it, temporary structure. When I sell the home, it goes with me. It's not touching a fence, it's not touching my home. If my trailer's there, if there's a fire, Fire can go in just as easy as if the trailer was out, fire can go in, there's no walls on it. There's a cover over it to keep the sun off of my $150,000 investment. So I purchased a home because I want to use my RV access for its full potential. I understand when I did this, I did not understand that you had to do this far process for a temporary. That's why I didn't attach it to the home, fences, anything like that. So I'm trying to go through the process here. I have talked to my neighbor on the east when I put it up because I thought it's going to affect him the most, and he said, do with what you want with your property. I did not know that I needed to go talk to everybody around me. The neighbor in the rear is upset with how I put it, which, yes, on one corner there's 6 foot from the structure to the fence. Then the angle of the lot goes down to 8 inches or whatever it is on the corner. The neighbor in the rear does not like it because there was a handful of things. If I hit the gas instead of hitting the brake when I'm putting it away and their family's out back, I could tumble everything on top of them. I could do that with the structure not there. That's kind of a risk you have with a neighbor of having RV access. Do I plan on doing such thing? No. I understand that if I don't have a cover on it, and maybe I can get this answered because there's a lot of gray areas to this whole topic. Can my trailer be that far off the fence without touching it? Is that okay? Does anybody know this?
Yeah, there's nothing that regulates non-structures, so vehicles in this case.
So if I choose to back my trailer an inch off the fence, nobody can say anything about that. But since my structure, you have to either look at my trailer or you're gonna look at a metal cover that's painted the same exact color as my house, matches everything that I've done there. I've anchored it down the way that the code states. I'm waiting for, you guys can come out and take a look at it. Tell me if there's something we want to change to make sure it is exactly as safe as everybody wants. I'm not trying to cheat anybody here or do anything, but I am getting cheated by the fact that I'm getting called out. I see these all over Escalon. I'm sorry, and I know they're everywhere. I don't want to be the guy that says, well, he's got one, I can have one. That's their problems too. But I'm being pointed out here, and from what I understand, your guys' Facebook, I don't do social media like that. Your Facebook this is public. I know APNs are public knowledge, but this is just, anybody can go on your guys' Facebook and see that my home, I'm trying to have this at my house. I don't understand why it's an RV cover. I'm trying to cover my trailer. I'm not trying to grow pot and meth underneath, on a side building. I'm trying to cover my toy hauler. I just don't understand why I'm going through this. I understand my neighbors in the rear do not like to look at it. There's a lot of things in this town I don't like to look at. A lot. That's kind of part of living in town. Is it, do I have, trees that are just falling to their backyard? No. It's a cover over my trailer. You're either gonna look at my trailer or that. What they stated to me last time was the neighbors, they're the people that own the house before me. Well, they had a trailer and we didn't mind it. It was okay. I'm sorry, I didn't need to tell you that I bought a longer trailer that goes all the way back to the fence, which was okay. I purchased the home, looking at it, saying I have, from my front all the way back is, I don't know, 60 feet or something like that, but I looked at it and said, yeah, my trailer would fit back here. I could put a cover over it. It's not going to touch anything. No walls, no power. I'm just trying to keep it nice. I got it brought to my attention that you guys, did I look into RV storage? I didn't think I needed to because I own a home with RV access. I understand there's RV storage out here. I understand there might be RV storage going in down the road. That was thrown at me last time. That's why I'm appealing this, to talk to some people that I got just completely shut down. Personal opinions over this whole matter of, I don't like to look at them. I don't like this. I don't like that. Well, that is personal opinions about all this. I understand, but I'm just trying to cover my trailer here. The people in the back have about 15 foot that they look at. That's it. I'm sorry if you don't like to look at it, but they're 2-story homes around. I look in everybody's backyard. If they were all 1-story homes and I was trying to do something without having the proper, to even fit my trailer in there, I understand. But I have plenty of room to put this trailer in cover. But I can put the trailer a foot, 2 inches off the fence, and that's okay. But since my structure with no walls on it is less than 3 foot, I can't have it. And that's what I just don't understand here, is you can put a trailer or anything damn near touching, and that's okay. But this is not. I just don't understand that part of this. And there's a ton of them all over. I understand, I know a lot of people didn't get permits. Maybe they didn't get told that they had to. I apologize for that. I've done everything. I've paid dues. I'll pay whatever it takes to get, but I bought a home with RV access. If somebody doesn't like to look at a trailer or a cover-over trailer, buy a house without RV access. I'm sorry, like, you have a home with RV access. Escalon is very limited of them. When I found this deal come up, I said, wow, this is cool. It's got everything I want. I don't have to go somewhere else. I could buy another one in Escalon. That's what I did. And I'm just trying to keep the peace. I don't want to, I mean, it is what it is. I apologize that you don't like looking at it, but you're either going to look at my trailer or you're going to look at the cover over it. I don't know what the difference is really here. You live in RV access.
I have one question for you. I was asked by multiple residents this question, so I'm going to ask it. What was the process when you were putting it up? Why you didn't reach out to the city for a permit? I was asked that question by multiple residents in my town, so I was asked to ask this question.
I didn't know that I had to have a permit for it temporary like that. I didn't know, because since it's not a permanent structure, that I didn't know you had to go through the whole process of putting a permit for it. So when I got the notice a couple days after I put it up, then I looked into it and figured out, yeah, you got to have, I guess you got to have temporary use permits and things like this. That's why I've been trying to follow the process here of doing so.
Was there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on this item at the podium?
I'm Ashley Walker. I live directly behind the structure. We did go to the Planning Commission meeting last time, basically because we were not given the opportunity to discuss this with our neighbor prior to it going up. I've lived in Escalon since I was 12. I've lived in town, and that is just not neighborly to me. When you want to put anything in your yard, I feel like you ask your neighbor. Or if you're gonna have a party and you're gonna have a lot of cars parked, you ask your neighbor, or you let them know, you know, it's courteous. It's the neighborly thing to do. So initially I was just not happy when I came home one day and here this structure is in my yard. Because the pictures do not do it justice. I have pictures of my own. I do not believe that it is 6 feet on that corner, but the other corner, it is literally inches, like 2 inches from my fence. And then directly down the other fence, it's maybe 3.5 inches. I didn't move into a neighborhood where houses are stacked on top of each other for this reason. Like, there's no reason I should have to look at it, but not just that reason, the fire and safety alone should be reason to say no to this. I agree with what Stroman had to say about the Planning Commission. That is what they are there for. They unanimously voted no due to mainly the fire and safety issues. I do get his point about the trailer's gonna be there no matter what, but the thing with the trailer being there is the trailer leaves every once in a while. This structure, yes, it is considered temporary, but it's pretty permanent. It's bolted into the ground, like it's not coming up. So just some things to consider. I think it is unfortunate that there is a ton of these structures around town, and maybe they aren't permitted. The difference, I think, in those structures around town is I think the neighbors were courteous enough to talk to their other neighbors about putting it up beforehand. He said he did address one of the other neighbors, which he did, but the answer, as you heard him say, was, well, it's your property, do what you want. I don't necessarily think that's an answer saying, yes, go ahead and put it up. I think it's an answer coming from a neighbor who doesn't want the conflict like we now have, because it's unfortunate, too, that we have to go through this whole process when we live in a neighborhood that we love. We're friends with everybody, friends and family. Like, our neighborhood's awesome. We all have kids the same age, so to have to go through this now, and it's kind of like put a damper on that, it's just really, it sucks. So I hope you guys just take all of that into consideration. And obviously, we think it's an eyesore. It is. You don't want to walk out your back patio and look at, an industrial-looking building. But not only that, it is a fire and safety issue when it's inches from my fence. I have pictures right up against my fence, and you can see how close it is. Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else in the audience like to speak on this topic?
Hi, Kirk Danziger once again. I'd like to address a couple of things. Number one, Mr. Engel, if you would speak forward more into the mic. Some of us here are hard of hearing. It was hard to hear what you had to say. I'm sorry. It was brought up that the Planning Commission heard this issue. People here tonight spoke. I don't know if you guys have had an opportunity to watch the YouTube. It was very good presentation on all sides. However, it's an illegal structure that was put up without a permit. That's where Planning Commission landed. It's not how you feel. It has nothing to do with how you feel about property rights. There's rules and regulations in society. So tonight you passed an ordinance on smoking. What happens if 3 of you up there say, hey, you know what, we don't care about that. We don't want you to enforce that smoking ordinance. You know, or, hey, I want to grow marijuana in my backyard, even though we have an ordinance against that, so what? It's my property rights. Where do you draw the line? Which laws are you going to break? Boils down to that. I feel for Mr. Coe here, but I also have a personal experience with this. This came up on my neighbor's property 2 years ago. And by the city not enforcing their own ordinances, I mean, we haven't spoken in over 2 years over this issue. A 40-foot long parking structure with no trailer. A lot of these things aren't temporary, they're permanent. When people leave, they think, it just upped my property value. Well, even if I have to devalue my neighbors, so what? They stay there. I've seen them around town where people use them for storage under that, vermin collectors, you know, and so forth. The municipal code was enacted for a reason. The fire code was enacted for a reason, because we don't have a hands-on fire district battalion chief who didn't want to address any issues locally. You shouldn't take that as you know, go ahead, a green light for this. So I just wanted to say, if you're going to tell the Planning Commission, don't do your job anymore, we're not going to support you, you're telling staff the same thing. Don't do your job because we're not going to support you. It's how we feel. We're not going to uphold the law that we took an oath to uphold. We're going to go with our gut feel. That's chaos. Societies don't run that way. So I hope you make the right decision.
I just have one more thing to say about that. I've heard this twice now about me driving down the property values in my neighborhood. Has anybody proven that this temporary RV structure that goes on my trailer is driving up property values? I've had this first meeting and then the second meeting. I take that personally offensive because I take pride in my home. I take pride in everything that I do. And now I'm just, I'm driving up property values because I put a cover over my toy hauler on my side yard. Until that's proven that this is, I mean, bring them out and let's show me how, from before I put this up until now, I'm the reason I'm driving property values down. People can have their personal opinions. This is all about. And it's driving me insane that if you're gonna sit there and tell me that you guys just don't like to look at it, that it's terrible. But you're okay with looking at the trailer that's underneath it. I'm using it for such thing. It's covering my trailer. But it's okay to look at the trailer, but it's not okay to look at the cover over it. What is the difference? And you could tell me, oh, well, the trailer leaves. What if I never use it? What if I purchase, like a lot of people do in this world, and they just never use it? That's my right to have it on my side of my house if I want to, and I never use it. So the fact that, oh, well, it leaves sometimes. How do you know that? Do I have to discuss that with everyone when I use my things in my home? No. So these opinions and things, I just don't, we're not getting anywhere with this. It's driving me insane that we're even this far over a RV cover that's temporary. You can say, oh, people leave them. I don't plan on leaving it. And yes, I bolted it down because it needs to be bolted down. If I didn't bolt it down, it'd be quite a hazard. And it being a fire hazard, it's made of metal. There is no wood, nothing. The wood fence that goes around property lines is more of a fire hazard in my opinion, which is my opinion. But a wooden fence around is more of a fire hazard. If we're worried about that, I mean, I'll put a metal fence all the way around if that's what we have to do. I mean, it's a metal structure over my trailer. That's it. No walls, no power. Not attached to the fence, not attached to the home.
Council thoughts or concerns or questions? Please.
Can I say one more thing? I just remembered, at the prior meeting, it was discussed heavily about the fire issue and how a fire wall would need to be installed somehow. So he's saying, I don't know how he doesn't understand that it is a fire issue because it is so close to fence lines, like 2 fences. I want to know why fire wasn't involved in this, to let you all know like how much of a hazard it is, because it was clearly discussed at the last meeting, and they were saying that they were going to get fire's input on how big of a hazard it was. But I haven't heard anything about that other than the wall needing to be installed. Not only that, I just think one more thing. If you wanted something like this, there's plenty of property here in Escalon. We live in like the country, so there are plenty of country properties where you could put up whatever you wanted to without any neighbor concern. This to me is just rude and inconsiderate at this point. We are the only neighbors speaking up, but there are other neighbors that are not happy. They're not going to say anything because they don't want this. This is awful to have to go through this. I am not a public speaker. I hate confrontation, and I've had to go to, this is the 2nd meeting now. So I think that's also something we need to consider changing. So just some things I forgot because I am not good up here on the podium. Thank you.
Mayor, I just realized that Mayor Pro Tem Hagan's face is covered by the trophy.
Apologies.
If we can take that down, just so we know who's sitting up there. Like, it covered his face perfectly.
Apologies. Mr. Hagan?
No. I was hiding.
This is a tough situation. It always has been. We've gone through this before. Mr. Danzinger's brought up his case multiple times. We've talked about property rights. We talked about which the planning commission's authority is versus the council's. The council has a right to appeal or provide an appeal on any decision by the planning commission. The planning commission is a valuable asset to the community, but the council is ultimately responsible for these decisions. We had one similar to this on First Street, across from El Portel, same situation, humongous carport, and the planning commission denied it, and it came to us. We reviewed it, and we passed it, and that apparatus or that device is adjacent to the fence to their neighbors, and there was a gate there. There was a couple controversial things involved with that, but that's why you have a city council. They're the ones who take the heat, they're the ones who make the decisions, and they're the ones who are going to tell you tonight what they're going to decide. It's not a slap in the face to your planning commission who do great work, but it's not their position in an appeal. It's the city council's, and they will make the decision, and we will live with it. That's just the way this works. And nobody's a winner on these deals. Everybody ends up getting something they don't want.
I'm going to take the other side. In my opinion, well, first of all, there's legal requirements that you must meet in order to grant a variance. My opinion, and I think the city attorney agreed, that this property does not meet any of those requirements. Unless you can meet one or more of them, you cannot grant the variance, even though you're a city council. And as far as the current ordinances, if you grant this, along with the granting of the property, Ed said, why don't you just do away with the ordinance? Do away with all of them. Let's go to South Modesto and be like them. That's what this is breaking down to. Either you follow the ordinance or you get rid of it. And as far as property rights go, took my civics right here in Escalon, and the big statement that always stuck in my head was, your property rights end where your neighbor's nose begins. And I think we've reached the neighbor's noses. So like I said, I don't believe it meets the requirements to legally grant one to start with. Thank you. Name's Dave Willis. I'm a retired fireman from the city of Santa Clara. And believe me, there is a fire danger. I've responded to a motorhome with our engine 10 at the time. Thank God it was parked in the street, somehow with everything shut off according to the owner. It caught fire in the middle of the night. Thank God it wasn't parked next to a house. Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience? Anybody online? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Please.
A couple notes based on comments from the audience. Fire has been involved. We do supplement fire review through the Escalon Fire District with our building official consultants, CSG. They do provide some of those services for us to supplement what the fire does. And we are working with them on every project now to ensure that we are on the same page in terms of them. The next item is there are findings to be made for both the conditional use permit and the variance. The findings can be found on page 4 of the staff report. They are listed 3 for the conditional use permit and 4 for the variance. Online. Oh, is it? Go down a little bit. Those are the 4 for the variance, and then above is the 3 for the conditional.
I'd like to clarify my previous statement. Mr. Coe, I appreciate you wanting to do the right thing. But I do hold steadfast to the fact that we have the Escalon Municipal Code for a very good reason. And this carport, as built, is a violation of the Escalon Municipal Code. And also, it's a violation of the California Building Code because you do not have a fire-rated wall in close proximity to your house. Also, you mentioned that it's metal, it won't burn. Okay? Okay. So, I would like to remind the public of what happened on September 11th, 2001. Because the metal burned, and that caused those buildings to collapse. I know it's night and day difference. I mean, you're talking a carport versus a skyscraper, but it's still the same. If the metal gets hot enough, it will burn, it will melt. So I understand the position you're in. I understand what the neighbors are saying as well.
Is the public hearing closed, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, it's got to stay closed.
I understand what you're saying as far as fire is concerned. I don't think that's a valid conversation. Steel burns at 2,600 to 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit. A house fire is 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, max 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit on average. Propane burns at 1,100. So you'd have to have special circumstances to have steel burn. And, you know, like nanothermite, for example. So I don't know where you're going with that.
I have a question in relation back to the municipal and state code. I know that as a body, we're allowed to make variances and whatnot with our municipal code. Are we allowed to go past that with the state code, with the setbacks and stuff? Are we allowed to do that?
There's no state setback, uniform
state
setback requirement. That's something that's left up to local jurisdiction. I know it's surprising that the state leaves any discretion up to the locals anymore, but that's one thing that cities can generally regulate their own development standards, i.e. setbacks, fence height, you know, all sorts of what we call development standards. So that's purely local.
This is all purely local, okay.
Purely
Just wanna make
local.
sure we're not stepping on state stuff.
You do have to follow the findings, though, obviously, in the municipal code as it relates to, because the rebuttable presumption is you cannot deviate from the municipal code. The variant provides that you can rebut that presumption, but you have to make all of those findings for the variance that are set forth, as Jalen pointed out on page 4 of the staff report. So.
That being said, I feel that we cannot meet all the conditions of the variance, in particular, item D, that the result would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. When you have a carport that's 8 inches away, is that detrimental to the adjacent property?
Well, they get away with it with mobile homes. It's zero lot line, is my understanding.
Where is that?
Just over at Almond Grove.
We can't talk about Almond Grove because it's not within our jurisdiction. They're not part of the Escalon Municipal Code.
I'm just saying that it's a zero lot line. So a lot of this stuff is, you know, debatable.
But in order to pass the variance, we have to meet all 4 conditions of the variance. I just stated we can't meet condition D of the variance, similar to what Mr. Haskins stated.
I'd like to motion that we approve the appeal for a conditional use permit and variance number 23-784 to maintain an 800 square foot metal carport structure located at 1955 Melissa Court.
I'd second that.
We have a motion and a second on the table. Any discussion before vote? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Motion is denied.
Fails
3-2.
2-3.
Fails 2-3.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to deny the appeal.
It was.
That's what that
It was by default.
Okay.
But
Can I pick up somebody tomorrow and drive around town and start writing them all down?
Would you please?
We can do that. I have no problem doing that, because I'm
Common sense.
gonna be the one that gets taken out in the whole city, out of hundreds in the city.
item 7.
All right, moving on to administrative matters, item number 7. Approve a lease agreement with Aria Technologies and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement.
Hold on just.
Mr. Mayor,
Item 7.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to publicly disclose that I have a church relationship with a member of the Easy Way staff who is also in the audience tonight, but I will not let that have an impact on my decision-making abilities for this agenda item.
Staff.
Okay, give me one sec to get to that page here. Okay, so the item before you, little background and discussion. We have multiple locations, each served by the city's computer network to allow for internet, email, cameras, and file access. This includes our corporation yard, wastewater treatment plant, community center, as well as City Hall, Police Department, are all connected. These 3 are connected to the City Hall via a wireless point-to-point radio links. These first links were installed in the early 2000s and have been upgraded multiple times to meet the city's growing bandwidth needs. These point-to-point links are nearing the end of their useful life and are having trouble delivering connections that are strong enough and fast enough to meet the city's needs. To offer better service and achieve cost savings, many cities are moving away from having their own links and engaging with internet service providers, known as ISPs, to provide them with a managed network service. The city solicited informal proposals from 2 local ISPs, Easy Wave Communications and Iera Technologies, to provide the city with a managed connectivity solution for its remote sites in exchange for rent and the use of space on its assets, to put the radio repeater equipment that allows them to serve both the city and its residents. The benefit for the ISP is that placing their equipment on city assets, they can serve more customers without building new towers. The city requested a symmetric, which is a upload speed is the same as a download speed connection with a target connection speed of 500 megabits per second. A target speed was requested instead of a guaranteed speed because not all locations are equally serviceable. Each ISP was given the opportunity to present to city staff, and it was requested that they bring their best design. We did receive 2 proposals from these ISPs, and the comparison was listed below. In that comparison, it goes over the length of agreement, sites to be served, site link speeds, whether the connection is symmetric, internet connection provided to the city, rent, and then also other public agencies using a similar fully managed wide area network. The city's goal with this project is not to achieve a specific design, but to achieve the outcome of having fast, reliable connectivity across all sites, and a design which can be supported directly by the ISP. While both of the ISP's designs and solutions will accomplish the goal of providing fast and more reliable connectivity to city sites, Iera Technology proposal included faster maximum speeds, a symmetric connection that provides the greatest bandwidth for all use applications, which include cameras, voice, access to server-based applications, and a larger proposed rent payment. Additionally, Iera has confirmed references for implementing this style of solution from 2 local/surrounding cities. So it was based upon this information that staff would recommends approving a lease agreement with Iera Technologies. However, at this time, the council may desire to approve a lease agreement with Easy Wave Communications, given that they are a local business here in Escalon. We do have the principal consultant with Mid-Valley IT, who is our third-party IT consultant. They handle the city's IT services citywide. Colin Byrne is in the audience to discuss. And we also have representatives from both companies here at the meeting tonight, from both Iera and Easy Wave Communications. And then Colin, if you'd like to speak.
Good evening, City Council members and City staff. We had requested informally proposals for the best design. Wireless technologies vary from site to site. The speeds you're going to get are based really upon the line of sight to the nearest tower. So we didn't request a apples to apples or fixed comparison. We asked for your best design based upon what you could provide. These are increasingly popular styles of doing this. The state of California opened up the ability for the cities to use their vertical assets with outside providers. This is a huge win for the city in our opinion. This gets you the ability to have a managed network service that saves you anywhere from $300,000 to over $1 million over the next 5 years in terms of capital cost, while providing a better service for the city staff members at these remote sites. It's no money to cost for the city to expend, and all really upside for the city staff and the residents of the community, who get not only a better functioning government through staff that has computers that work faster, but also no capital costs to go out the door. That gives you more ability to do what you want to do with your dollars. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions up here for this gentleman here? No questions? All right. At this point, no questions here. Anybody in the audience that had any questions or concerns or comments?
Actually, Colin, can I ask you a question? Can you explain to myself and the rest of the council and the audience, what is the connection with symmetric? What does that mean? I'm not versed in that.
Most internet connections that you receive, including the ones at your home, have a faster down channel than they have a faster up channel. And that's because you consume more than you send up to the internet. The city's network, from a business standpoint, is a very different beast. We send a lot of video and a lot of files around the network. Symmetric means that our up channel and down channel are matched. Because of the way we view security cameras and access control and SCADA and all the different applications that we use on the network, the up channel and down channel are equally important. There isn't a consumption as much as there is a equal use of that bandwidth.
Thank you.
There's no concerns or questions, we can work with a motion then.
Yes.
No.
May I ask, what's the rent on the P per M? What's the P per M right there on?
What are you looking at?
Oh,
I'm
per,
sorry.
just per month?
It's per month,
Just
yes.
rent per month? Okay.
Yeah, per month, sorry.
Good evening, council.
Hold on one sec. We open up the public hearing?
Yes, we can open up the public.
hearing. It's not a public hearing.
It's just questions from the audience and comments from the audience.
Yeah.
That's why I'd asked if we were done with it, and nobody was coming up.
Okay.
So, please.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Scott Vanderdusen. I'm the CEO and founder of EasyWave, a locally based Escalon company here. I just want to verify that this is my time to discuss this proposal, or if you, the council members, wanted to ask questions directly of either Mr. Ford or Mid-Valley IT or myself before I began.
It's not a public hearing or anything. We have 5-minute limit, right? Is that the way that works?
Yeah, so it's just public comment.
Just public comment, please.
Okay, great.
It's your time.
Thank you. I want to first address that when I first received a call from Colin from Mid-Valley IT, he indicated to me that the only reason that he was calling me was because the city had asked him to, because we're a local company, and that he has, up to this point, done these sort of projects exclusively with IERA. But he had mentioned that he was concerned about the reliability of IERA's products in the past. He'd mentioned that they have had, I'm sorry, you're interrupting me.
And I am going to interrupt you.
I don't
That is
think,
not at all what I said, and I need to be very clear with you at this point. As that is not what I said, and I am telling you that that's not what I said, I need to be clear that that's not what I said. Please understand that's also not what I said. Know where you got off on this path.
Why don't you just give him a chance to speak?
Let's let him speak.
And then if he wants to speak, this is not, it's not conventional, but just to get through this process, it's probably the simplest.
Okay, please continue.
Colin went on to state that IERA has suffered tower failures, and also during high winds that their antennas have spun and caused reliability issues. And I would like to remind the city here that on January 28th of 2021, IERA's tower located on the fire station here in town collapsed. It collapsed because the tower was overloaded way out of manufacturer spec. It collapsed and damaged 2 vehicles on the ground. Fortunately, there weren't humans that it collided with. Remarkably, within days, the tower was erected again, but higher with even more equipment on it. Couldn't help but notice that in what Mid-Valley IT proposes in the antenna lease agreement, which you'll find, I think, beginning on about page 97 of today's agenda pack. This is the proposed lease agreement between IERA and the city of Escalon. And I'll point out on page 104, is it? Sorry. Yeah, page 100. These have been kind of rewritten. I'm not sure if we're on page 104, but we're looking at section on the antenna lease agreement between IERA, the lease space section number 3. I believe is either page 98 or 102. But in there, section D, subsection D, says that at, or subsection B rather, at the courtyard, that there's a existing 50-foot tower there at the courtyard. I went down there today and looked at it. It's a 60-foot tower. IERA is proposing to add an additional approximate 12 feet. If they're not, it's very unclear the way they read that. It's either going to use 12 feet or they're going to add 12 feet. But regardless, there's a 60-foot tower there. That tower, as it stands today, is out of spec. It's unsafe. The manufacturer does not allow a tower that high to be up without guide cables. And because the tower is so unstable, somebody recently added a canvas strap to the top of the tower, coming back to add as a single gusset guide cable. This is what's being proposed to be approved today. The lease agreement that was given to me to review from Colin, Mid-Valley IT, was full of errors. It's been included in here. The one that was for Easy Wave begins on page 103. I corrected the errors, typos, and then I added in appropriate verbiage that should be in every tower lease. That wasn't included for the city. All of my amendments were left out. Furthermore, the city is, as Colin said, is looking to partner with an ISP to provide wireless infrastructure. What happens after it's installed? None of that is addressed in the lease agreement. There is no verbiage in here on who will support that equipment in the future, whose cost it will be to maintain it, who will handle things in a failure, whose responsibility, and where the demarcation ends. If we're using this for both public and private usage, where's that line drawn? None of that verbiage is in there. Furthermore, what else has been admitted is 9 of the 10 pages of my bid that I presented to the city. Only 10% made it in this packet for you to see tonight. Other omissions include, if you look at the summary on, for me, it's page 96, where there's kind of like a side-by-side comparison of IERA and Easy Wave. And the other public agencies, in other words, references, mine is blank. What I provided too, I have them with me here tonight. What else has been admitted is that I said I would provide the city with 5 gigabits of internet, not up to 1, like IERA approved. And mine would come in with fiber optics and wouldn't be by wireless. There is so much that has been omitted and taken out that I've already provided for both the city and Colin, that I find that you probably don't have time to discuss it here tonight. I'm eager to do so if you do. I want to be respectful of your long day, but this is not ready for approval. I have not been properly represented, and far beyond that, the equipment that we're proposing to use is on a different solar system than what IERA uses. I've brought the engineer with me here tonight.
Please, keep going.
Sorry. I brought a microwave engineer from the manufacturer of the equipment all the way from Milpitas, and we approached the city clerk today, asked for a video to be put on the agenda. We sent that link to city clerk at cityofescalon.org earlier today, so I hope we have that available. But I would like to demonstrate, not only am I a local company, I started attending school here in 4th grade. I've been here in this town running a business for over 2 decades. And we shouldn't, I like to support local, and it's not just for that reason, not just the fact that IERA is not even in this county, let alone this city. But we have a far better product, and it's a loss for the city to turn down this opportunity to partner with Easy Wave. Again, I want to be respectful of my time, so I'm open to questions or however you want to proceed from this moment. And I have some kind of talking points and stuff here I'm happy to share with you that show some of the discrepancies in the lease agreement, an itemized list of emissions, and then 8 bullet points of major differences between the city choosing to partner with IERA or Easy Wave. I would like to present that to you if I have that opportunity.
I'm not sure what this is at this point.
Wants to, yeah, you can give it to the mayor.
You're allowed to spread it. I mean, stuff that's submitted the day of the meeting doesn't usually make the agenda packet for us for review.
Well,
I think he just
So-
wants you to see it, so he's passing out copies.
Staff, is there discrepancies between the contract or lease agreement that we agreed, that we received from Easy Wave versus what we're seeing in our packet today?
Not that I'm aware of. There was a change. After interviews, we increased the number of site locations. Originally, it was just the 4 existing sites, or 3 existing sites. And then after interviewing both of the groups, it came to our attention, you know, with LPRs and all these things that we're moving forward with, we might need additional sites. And so we went back to the companies, both of them, and asked them to revise to include what it would be if we, like how many site locations, what would change if we asked for these additional site locations. And so then they updated their proposals to include those site locations.
So what I'm hearing from Easy Wave is that they've submitted something different than we see. So from staff's point of view, staff is saying that that is or is not true.
I'm not the one that received them firsthand, and so I'm not sure, but I don't know if Colin can assist with that.
This is the original 9-page business proposal that's nowhere to be found in your packet tonight.
So, if I may, I believe there's a piece of confusion here.
Why don't you step to the microphone, because you're part of staff.
I believe there is a point of confusion here. There was a second proposal submitted. That is the one you have in front of you. The first one represented the initial sites that we asked for. The one that you have tonight is the second updated proposal. That's where I think the confusion is coming from. I apologize.
And then the reason that I would say that it's omitted is because when the project scope changed, and it changed on a magnitude of 500%, by the way, I did an updated letter that simply referenced back to the original proposal, and I was trying to do it very expedited. And as you can see, the request was made on like August 27, and I was back on it August 28. I already had it, my response, and I just said, you know, we're going to work with the same proposal. Here's what we can do. And so to omit the original bid, you're omitting what the, as I believe Colin referenced it as my cover letter. And that's page 96 of your pamphlet. On the very bottom, attachments number 2, he says Easy Wave cover letter and proposed lease agreement. It's not my proposed lease agreement. That's not the one that I amended at all. And you'll see that if you turn to page 102, this is the August 28 letter I was referring to that kind of updated this original business proposal, 9 pages here. And this letter here is incomplete without the first proposal.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I make a comment or a suggestion, I should say? I mean, I think we should table this personally and look into the validity of the grievances and then make sure that we're not missing something.
Yeah. Before we do that, I'd like to hear from someone from ARIA as well before we table that.
I'm
Just
sorry.
so we have everybody's input on the topic as well, so we've got every bit of information we can before we
forgot
table.
that.
I have no problem tabling it myself.
Yeah.
But I just would like to hear from everybody involved before we do something like that.
My apologies.
No, no worries.
I forgot.
Actually, can I ask the other public agencies that Easy Wave does provide similar managed?
Yeah, so
area
it's on the back of the page I handed you there. So we're working with the Tracy Fire Department and Mountain House Community Services District.
Okay.
Both of those individuals have given those quotes there and then invited any of the council members or the city staff to contact them directly. And furthermore, like I said, I have asked for an engineer from the manufacturer of the equipment that we propose to use. He has traveled from Milpitas to be here this evening. He would like to demonstrate that the company that Easy Wave would be partnering with is happy to invite the city for a tour of their plant or to learn more about the product and learn about the advantages of the equipment that EasyWave proposes to use compared to that of IERA.
Scott, were both of these references included in your original response?
No. As Colin has noted, that we were in informal discussions, and then communication just ceased. So I have emails to demonstrate that I've waited weeks for Colin's reply. I had no idea that we were going to hit this point because we were still going back and forth. So at one point, Colin, we had a video conference with Dominique and some of the other city staff, and one of the gentlemen there, I forget his name at the moment, but he had mentioned an interest in SCADA systems and updating that for the city. Colin had said, you know, we're working on this infrastructure project, let's not confuse that. And I said, you know, I have some experience actually with SCADA, working with South San Joaquin Area District. Frank Rocha was one of the gentlemen I worked with quite a bit there, and we worked with the 900 rolling frequency SCADA equipment. We did tower work for them, all kinds of stuff. So I said, I'm actually have some experience in that, would love to help out if you want to move there in the future. At that point, Colin said, can you send me a couple things that you've worked with? And so I did send that separately. I attached it to the back of the revised version of the bid proposal and sent that out to Colin. And then you'll also notice that it was mentioned again on page, I think it was 102 of your, the cover letter there. Yeah, so, right. Oh, yeah, there we go. So we're just mentioning that I have SCADA experience in the third paragraph. And then I mentioned Mountain House has chosen the same equipment that we're proposing for the city of Escalon is the same thing that Mountain House Community Services has chosen, and you see that mentioned in the third paragraph on page 102. But again, this is completely omitted from that, like side-by-side comparison of EasyWave and IERA. And
Are the upload and download speeds correct as written?
I'm really glad that you mentioned that. So the way that, again, we're not comparing apples to apples when I talk about IERA's equipment and ours. You'll notice that IERA does not guarantee any speeds approved. They say the speeds will be somewhere between 100 and 1,000 megabits. And so when you say symmetrical, it just means that they're the same. So if you have 10 and 10 megabits, it's still symmetrical. It doesn't make it special because it's symmetrical. I would rather have 50 and 10 than 10 and 10. So it's important to remember that symmetrical just means that both numbers are the same, not that it has superiority over asymmetrical. The numbers that you see there for EasyWave are the numbers that I proposed would be a good fit for the city. They can be adjusted. We can do all the way up to 1,600, but that's superfluous, and that's what my letter states here, is you can, to really make it simple, you can either trade distance or speed. So the further you go, the less speed. The shorter you go, the more speed you can have. And so it's a good engineer will find the best balance of speed and distance. And that distance also includes inclement weather, fog, rain, so on and so forth. And that's what we've designed here. We looked at the specifications for what the services will be used for, SCADA, CCTV, license plate readers, and so on and so forth. And this is what we came up with. That would be the best engineered speed. We can totally change that if more is needed. We don't see that as more is needed today or in the future from what we proposed. And the equipment that we use, you'll notice in on one of these initial pages here, Colin says that on page 96, that the city was requesting 500 megabits as a target speed. I don't aim for targets, I hit them. So if you need 500, we're gonna get you 500. We're gonna guarantee it every time. Our equipment is not line of sight. It's not line of sight, and it's near line of sight. We have a completely different product than what traditional wireless is. And again, that's why I brought the engineer here today, so you can hear from someone who has been working in the wireless industry for over 30 years, and he's happy to share with you. I just really feel like an injustice is being done here and a misrepresentation, and that's why I wanted to be here with you today in person to plead with you and recognize that you're looking at someone who's been in your community for decades, went to school here, and run a business here for 20-some-odd years, and to be misrepresented this bad just didn't sit well with me.
I have a question for you, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to ask you about, and I'm going to ask Guyera the same question.
Go for it.
Let's talk about reliability.
Yeah.
Because we're talking a very serious issue. I mean, this is the police department. We need to make sure that we have reliable internet for our police department and other city staff.
Absolutely. That's a great question. And that's one of the issues that the state of Sacramento legislative come down, had looked at wireless equipment and said, this isn't exactly something we want to hang our hat on. We're concerned about reliability. And there are some certain circumstances where wireless is the only option. And with your permission, I'd like to invite Stefan up. He's going to share with you about a project that his company, Tirana, has done with Sacramento exactly for this issue. What happens when the wind blows, a tree falls over, the tower does sway, or whatever else? Traditional wireless equipment is going to fail. What we're proposing here is going to continue to work flawlessly. May I have your permission, please, to invite Stefan?
At this point, I don't think so, because we have a lot of things on the agenda. At this point, I think we're going to be moving it to another meeting.
Okay.
We have way too many things on the budget and the agenda, but I would like to hear from Ira before we move on from this topic. And then we'll have to set up a date to bring this back, it sounds like.
Then, in short, the equipment self-aligns every 200 milliseconds. It works non-line of sight.
Thank you. So if someone from ARIA could possibly come to the podium and speak to their product.
Council, thank you. My name is Matt Ford. I'm CEO of IRA Technologies. I want to address a couple things that Scott said straight up that are untrue. He had mentioned that the tower fell over at the fire department. It did indeed. It was a 40-year-old tower that was put up long ago by somebody else, and we were leasing space on that tower from the fire department. It was a 90-foot tower. Big storm came through. There was a metal failure of one of the guy wires. Tower fell over. Within 3 days, we were able to come in, rebuild the tower at 80 feet, and get the service reestablished to customers. So I don't know where he got we built a taller tower. We actually built a shorter tower. It was not overloaded. We've done calculations on the tower, and it's only about 60 to 65% utilized in terms of the load on the tower. So neither here nor there. The proposal, when we were asked by the city of Escalon to put a proposal in for a layer 2 solution to help connect their sites together, we proposed what we proposed, and we were invited back to speak to the city, and it was my understanding that Scott had already met with the city and discussed it as well. So we both had one opportunity to meet with the city and talk through the proposals. From that, additional sites were determined that they were needed, hence the larger amount. We adjusted our proposal. I assumed Easy Wave did the same thing. I'm not here to try to force the issue here. I mean, if you think that this might be better to go to an RFP where an actual solution is proposed and bids are submitted, I'm okay with that. We were trying to help the city to come up with a solution to meet their needs. In terms of the reliability of wireless, I will tell you that we are 99.999% uptime on most of our links, which means per year, it's just a few minutes per year of downtime. We've architected our solution so that there's very minimal downtime. We have multiple paths. We have fiber coming into the city of Escalon. We're a local company. We're based in Modesto. We've been serving the Escalon community for years. We have a business license with Escalon. We have, we did their communication plan that was approved a while back. So we're very in bed with the city and the residents of the city. You talk about, you had mentioned Mountain House, that's great. I'm glad he was able to do services for that. I just want to run real quickly through a list of cities and agencies that we do this exact solution for. In addition to Oakdale and Newman, we have City of Modesto, near Community Services District, Ripon Fire Department, Escalon Fire Department, Oakdale Fire Department, French Camp Fire Department, Valley Home Fire Protection Agency, Salida Fire Department, Modesto Fire Department, all the stations, Modesto Police Department. We actually do CCT camera backhauls for them using our wireless gear. Works great. As well as numerous large commercial companies such as Gallo, Ale Gilbert, Gamberley Farms, et cetera. So we know this stuff, and we put together a proposal to do the same thing for the city. That was the intent. So I'm perfectly okay with going to an RFP if that's what's needed. But I think the city has looked at both the proposals the best they could, and made the decision. So questions?
Any questions for Matt? Okay, thank you. I have a question for Colin. In evaluating these two companies when you were going through this process, did you call the agencies that were listed when you were doing the analysis and talk to them, get feedback from these other agencies and whatnot, as far as reference checks and other checks? What was your process?
So both the City of Newman and City of Oakdale are a client of ours. So we have firsthand experience with using the IERA Layer 2 solution. So we are probably the best reference because we use it on a daily basis. We also had the ability for the city to reach out to the city staff in Oakdale and Newman to verify that this was the case. When we looked at the references provided by EasyWave, they were not for the same style solution. And we did call the references for that were provided and were not given sufficient response to find them to be valid. And I do want to address a couple of things, if I may. When we started off this process, the city has traditionally kept the business network and the SCADA network as separate things. When we upgrade the SCADA system, the consultant that does the SCADA system comes in and looks at all the well sites and the pumps and the lift stations and presents a proposal that works with their equipment. This has been done mainly because it is easier for that vendor to manage from end to end their solution than it is to have IT be involved and try and interfere, play man in the middle. Over time, what has really developed is as we look forward, the integration of the SCADA system into different city operations, as well as just the ability for IT to provide that network connectivity, has become easier for us to do than it is for the SCADA consultant to do. When I did have my initial conversations with Scott, I did mention that the city's existing system, which has nothing to do with IERA, is having lots of problems. It's actually what has led us to the place of needing to do an upgrade to the connectivity solution. Those solutions are existing ubiquity point-to-point radios that are failing, they're not fast enough. Those have nothing to do with either of the vendors in this room. They are really just, were purchased years ago and have reached the end of their useful life. It really isn't a reflection on either of these two, or even us, really. They're just at the end of their useful life.
Any other questions, comments, concerns here?
Mayor Pro Tem Hagan is on the right track about tabling this for another meeting just because of the fact that we can't do a true apples-to-apples comparison. And if we do decide to table this, I would like to see the full proposals from both IERA and EasyWave, complete, the first page and then the revised proposals, so that we have time to do our homework and we can do our own apples-to-apples comparison. And then obviously you're a consultant to the city, and if we have questions, we can certainly reach out and ask those questions of you.
Happy to do that.
We all on board with that then, folks?
I am.
I am? Yeah. All right.
So we're looking at the 16th, or do you want me to, in the meanwhile, Okay, so how about we take the time we need to get everything reorganized, reevaluated, and then at that point in time, we can reach out to both vendors, make sure they're available, and schedule it on that meeting.
Next meeting after that one, before I got everything
Yeah, if
ready
it
to
doesn't
go.
hit the 16th, it'll probably be the November meeting.
Okay.
Is that
doesn't,
okay?
does that impact our city services in any way by doing that? Any more so than it is currently?
No, I'm here right now.
Excuse me, this is not, I mean, I'm not understanding, this is not a public hearing.
We
You
brought it
closed
back-
public
we
comment,
closed-
right?
We brought it back to the council.
So-
We're done with public comment at that point.
So.
I just
mean-
want to ask a point of clarification is all. Is Mr. Strawman had suggested that we get the full proposals. Again, as these were informal proposals, do we have an opportunity to revise and add information that wasn't included? Or are we only going back to the proposals that have already been made? And that's the issue, is that nowhere in here is 1 ounce of anything from IERA, but part of mine is. So I just don't feel that it's fair to not allow both Easy Wave and IERA to present a full proposal. That's all,
I mean, I would like to see a
clarification.
full proposal.
You just let me know. and
I
we'll-
mean, I don't want to see half the information.
No,
so-
I would like to see it all.
Mayor Pro Tem, how do you feel about, I mean, really, at this point, the RFP is done, essentially, but it's in multiple pieces. Does it make sense to follow the issue an RFP and have both firms submit a complete package instead of piecemealing it? Because right now, it's piecemeal.
Mr. Mayor, what do you think?
I think at this point, it's been enough discussion back and forth, put the best foot forward. That's not a bad idea to move towards RFP and formal proposals, clean slate both organizations, submit it, and evaluate from there. It's fair on both sides for everybody at this point. There's enough discussion here, I think, than concern, that if we would move ahead with the idea of an RFP and get full proposals from both. Or anybody else, I guess, at this point that might want to join in. If you open up an RFP, it's more than just these two folks, potentially.
That'll take longer, so we're looking at like second meeting of October, maybe November,
November.
maybe December,
Okay.
or like a full
What is
process, yeah.
your thoughts on that here at the council?
I mean, whatever it takes to see the complete package of information. I mean, I don't want to make a decision on, that's something that's important,
Yeah,
you know,
I agree.
on half
I'd like to see
information.
level playing field and redo for both organizations to present their best foot forward for our city at this point.
You feel good with that?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor and Council, the question I'm going to ask you is this: why wasn't there more than just 2 bids? And when they came in, why weren't they scrutinized enough to know that they were deficient when they came in? Because I looked at the proposals, they're deficient. A lot of stuff was omitted from one side or the other. I mean, this is an important aspect of this community that should have been a little more tighter ran than it was being run. I don't know what happened, where the ball was dropped, but something didn't work out well. I admire the fact that you guys gave these opportunities, both these teams here, to present their cases. That's the way it should be, and thank you for that. That was very good. But I think you should always have more than 2 bids, period. It's too much of a problem when you only have 2 bids. In the construction industry, if you have 2 bids, generally what you have is what's called a good guy bid and the guy who wants the job. The guy's bidding for that guy so he can get the bid. So that's why you get 3, because that doesn't happen in 3 bids, but it can happen in 2. And I think this is smart to go back and let them both file their RFPs all the way through and do it correctly and resubmit it, and you guys are able to review it. And I think that's the process that Escalon deserves. And thank you for doing what you did.
Thank you. All right, item number 8. Consider an appointment to serve as the Escalon representative of the Ad hoc Animal Shelter Subcommittee, continued from the September 18th meeting.
I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if anyone else was interested or not.
Couldn't hear you.
I don't want to step on any toes, but, oops, or should I just wait till they get out?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Mayor, I don't want to step on anyone's toes. I don't know if anyone else here was interested in that position. I didn't want to overspeak last time. I just wanted to confirm that I was even an option for that decision. So the lawyer, Frank, he said that there was no conflict of interest. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, under the FPPC regulations, even assuming there were a material financial interest and you had that would have a foreseeable impact on your business as a vendor or contractor of the Oakdale Animal Shelter, there's a specific source of income exemption under the FPPC regulations when that source of income is itself another government agency. And the policy behind that is the policy behind that exemption is it wants people, contractors, vendors, to be able to work with and for government agencies rather than that being precluding them from helping them. And then the other thing is because public agencies themselves are open to all these sunshine laws, conflict of interest laws, public bidding laws, et cetera, that itself creates some protections. So anyways, the point is, under a clear exemption of the FPPC regulations, you do not have a conflict because the source of income, even if it were a material financial impact on your business, which I didn't do that analysis, and I doubt there are facts that would support that anyways, but even if there were, there's a clear exemption for you. So you are free to participate.
I don't think anybody here in council is going to argue the fact that Mayor Pro Tem Hagan is more than qualified for this position.
More than qualified, the only qualified here, and comparatively to the rest of us with knowledge base here. Head and shoulders above the rest, so I would like to move on the appointment of Mayor Pro Tem Hagan to be our representative on the Ad hoc Animal Shelter Subcommittee.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. You'll abstain, all right. Thank you for that. Fastest item on the agenda. Number 9, consider the rebranding of the youth basketball league to a junior NBA league starting the 2024 season. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor. As was read, the item before you, and we're calling it a rebranding, is a consideration of a rebranding of the city-run basketball league to go to what's called a junior NBA league. The Sacramento region is one of 11 regions that has access to the newly formed Junior NBA League. Its connection to the NBA, National Basketball Association system. And so we are within the Sacramento region and have access to this. So staff found out about this, did the research, and then ultimately brought it to the Recreation Commission at their last meeting, their September meeting. The item was approved. One item that we do want to mention, and I'll get into some of the specifics, but one item we do want to mention that is a change is the age group that would play under the city-run program. So the Junior NBA League is aligned more around 6-year-olds to 14-year-olds. So skews a little higher than our current league. Our league starts at 3 and goes to 11. So our recommendation, staff's recommendation at this point is to fully align with the Junior NBA League and make that shift. So one issue that we want to point out. Staff is continually looking to improve our administrative efficiency and to provide the best recreational amenities and programs for the athletes and children of this city and neighboring cities, to be honest, too. So in this, we thought this was a good move, both administratively. It helps with administrative issues, primarily around the jersey acquisition. Part of the fee for this program is to acquire NBA-branded jerseys. They do that for us. They get sent. So we don't have to go through the process of acquiring jerseys. And there's other administrative efficiencies. But other benefits that we found is for the coaches. There are resources, materials, videos available for those who are looking to coach, available through the NBA and Junior NBA League to help support and sort of bolster the coaches who are volunteering their time. May not be basketball experts, right? Volunteering their time, and this will give them a little bit more support. So again, in our effort to improve the administrative efficiencies and to offer the best possible recreational programs, we are bringing this item forward. So really, that is the long and the short of it. We believe that, and I'll touch on one other thing after I say this. Each season, we've seen a growth between 10 and 30% each season in each league, and we think that will continue. There's got to be an end at some point in a smaller community. You can see here on page 3 of the staff report that 30% of the league was made up of the 3 to 5 year olds. That's a big percentage, you can't deny that. There's no way of telling, but we believe in looking at the data through our other programs that, you know, we would see that made up in the older group, the 12 to 14-year-old group as well. Again, we don't know, that's a guess on our part. We also believe that we can hold the fees constant with where we are now. Now there's a larger conversation, and it'll be touched on in the budget, but direct costs are being fully covered as part of the program funds, the program revenue that's being generated. Overall overhead management of the program through city staff is not being covered, and again, that will be touched on in the budget. But direct costs, we believe if we kept the costs the same, would be covered through the junior MBA program. So I wanted to hit on those 2 points. That concludes staff's presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are we locked into any kind of a length of contract? Is this a year-to-year kind of situation if we try it, let's say, and it's, for lack of the word, not the best thing for the community? In a year or two, are we allowed to drop out and go back to whatever we would choose to do with our rec program? I know the rec commission is in favor of this. I'm not arguing one side or another. I'm just trying to see if we have an out or not, or there's a problem there.
Yeah, good question. It's basically year to year. We can pull out when we feel it's best for us.
Is there any way we could make, you know, kids that are clearly physically capable of playing at 5 with 6-year-olds to allow them to play in this league? Or, you know what I'm saying, like because I know with my son playing baseball, even though he's 14, there's plenty of kids that play up at 16, 18, kind of thing. Is that something that potentially could be realistic or we could figure out?
Yeah. So we do have latitude in terms of the age groups that we provide. Again, the resources, the structure, the format is around the 6 to 11-year-olds. But certainly we can make modifications to the overall program, and if we wanted to add 5-year-olds, that is something that we could do.
Or at least some way of assessing them to see if they're able to play with that age group or not.
Sure. Yeah, that would require logistics and other administrative oversight to make that happen in an effective manner, but we could explore that further.
My concern is that, okay, in 2023, we had 24 3-year-olds play. And are they thinking, great, I'm going to play basketball next year, and then we tell them, sorry, can't play anymore? Then does that hurt the 3-year-olds or the 4-year-olds?
Good question. No real way to answer that, but valid point.
And I don't know the CIF rules, so I'm throwing this out there for those that might know the rules. But if we're expanding this to 12 to 14, are the El Portal kids governed under CIF rules and playing basketball, or could they play rec and then also play basketball with El Portal at the same time?
CIF typically governs high school.
Not middle school?
Not middle school, and they regularly play on middle school teams as well as our recreation programs.
Okay.
Concurrently, yeah.
A lot of, junior high and high school students will play on club teams, travel teams outside of their educational sports programs.
Now, in high school, they do have to do it during separate seasons. There is some stipulation where they can't have overlapping seasons, so you might get some of those freshmen that won't be able to play, but they're playing for their high school teams if they have overlapping seasons.
Councilmember Walker, do you have any, since you sat on the rec board, do you have any input on your thoughts on how we could potentially integrate those kids at the younger age? Or
Yeah,
is that just a?
So the way that our recreation programs work is we have contractors essentially propose programs for our city. They come before the rec board and we approve or deny their recreation proposals. We could have, if somebody wanted to come and have a recreation program for tots, for instance, and have a 3 to 5 year old just not outside of the junior NBA program, somebody would be able to come propose that kind of that program for us, and we'd be able to approve or deny that. They'd have use, we would obviously negotiate use of the facilities and that kind of thing, but it would be through the city and it would be through the tots, and that would have to go through recreation for approval. But that's something that, that's how our recreation programs do work, is we have contractors come in and they can just be citizens, or they can be, programs like the junior NBA program. And come,
Sounds like
propose
there's a lot of flexibility.
I really do. I really do like how our recreation programs work, because we have so much flexibility in the programs that we could offer if somebody wanted to come in and propose that type of program.
So Jalen, when you came up with the 6-year-old as a starting age, did that come directly from the junior MBA?
Correct. That is how they are gearing their league, 6 to 14-year-olds.
We could back that down 5 to 14 if we so choose.
I hesitate to say this, but yes, we could even add an additional division, 3 to 5-year-olds, if we wanted to, alongside the junior MBA program. They wouldn't have the same resources. They may not be able to have the same jerseys because they just have certain sizes for 6 to 14-year-olds. I do think we will run into gym availability issues if we have another division, referees, and other issues that we have thought of. But, if it was the discretion of the council, we could certainly explore that option. I may recommend we, we'll see how that discussion goes.
These are kids that play on those little plastic hoops, right?
Correct.
So, yeah.
Correct.
That wouldn't be very hard to do, I would think, to find somewhere.
If we've ever watched it, it's herding cats. It's kind of like the kid of little toddler soccer.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So anybody out in the audience would like to speak on this topic? Nobody moving out there. All right. So bring it back to council for consideration, potential motions.
There is a hand raised on the
Oh, yes.
online.
There's somebody online, please.
Go ahead, please.
Ronnie Van Dyke, 1481 Winterbrook. I just wanted to speak on this topic because it's very important to me. I've coached every level of the basketball program for this community. And I would just like to recommend, if you are considering removing the tots, though it is literally hurting cats, it is an experience that I don't want to see taken away from the children. I would recommend a process of phasing out the younger ages, but allowing the kids that had the opportunity to play last year to be able to play. Play is important, and it's something that I strongly believe in. Additionally, I want to make sure that this doesn't come with the major cost impact to parents, because playing sports is expensive, and the tools, luckily for basketball, there's not a lot that they have to purchase. But I just wanted to at least make that statement.
Thank you. Is there a phasing we could do if we slowly phase out the 3-year-olds, since we already had some 3-year-olds potentially play? It looks like we had, what? 43 of them. And we could phase out the 3-year-olds and not allow 3-year-olds next year or this next coming season. So then we have 4 and 5 and up, and then the next year it's 5 and up, so we slowly phase that out?
Yeah.
Or is that something, and then work a tot program at that point if there's interest in that?
Yeah, we're sort of all in uncharted territories here, right? So, off the cuff, Yes, it's absolutely possible. This is a community program. I've heard from the council, from the commission, we want to ensure that all who want to play are able to play, right? And so I think we can make it work. I will be honest and say that the next season is really close. So, but we have a creative staff, and we will try to make it, work. And we will communicate with the council as we get into the actual details of this based on the direction provided today, kind of how that is going.
I'd kind of like to see the top programs stay, but maybe just go straight 6 and up, and then keep that top program
Separate.
kind of separate. Then they can you don't have to phase them, and maybe
Just a consistent 3 to 5 toddler program?
just to kind of get them interested in the sport, I think is really what it's all about. I don't think it's necessarily, I mean, maybe some of them are shooting, but I don't know.
And I think if the concern is that the coaches aren't going to have the same resources as the junior NBA, honestly, if they're coaching 3 to 5-year-olds, they're probably not going to be wanting to watch YouTube videos on how to pass the ball. They're more worried about corralling the kids most of the time.
Not worrying about the crossover dribble.
I am interested in keeping the 4 and 5. It looks like how they are broken up is in 2 age groups as it is right now in the junior NBA program. So at least keeping the 4 and 5 in a TOTS program, if staff can, I know it's difficult to just handle 2 separate programs at the same time. So I guess it would be just that small program for staff to handle of the 4 and 5 separate from the junior NBA play program. And then finding facility usage is probably your bigger problem.
Maybe 4 to 5, and then just allow parents to, if they're motivated and their kid really wants to play, they can come to the council and
Right,
at 3 and say, I want to play with the 4-year-olds.
right.
My sense is there's maybe a few corners we can't see around yet. So based on the direction, you know, I think we can explore it and again, communicate with the council. There is some, I know, beauty, I guess, in the 4 to 5-year-olds because that's a way of phasing out, right? There's no 3-year-old or 2-year-old that hasn't played yet. So you can start to kind of phase as was mentioned. So we will explore kind of the standalone 4 to 5, you know, top program, or I think we should explore folding it into the Junior NBA League and see if we can make that work. Like I said, I think there's some corners we may not be able to see around right now, but we'll give it a full exploration.
I think you're going to see some definite growth with participation between the 11 to 14 range. There's a lot of kids that are coming in their own at the junior high at El Portal that I think are definitely in that wheelhouse to see some more participation there. But yeah, keep some top program of some sort, see what you can come up with, one form or another.
We need a vote on this?
It's just direction here. There's no vote or anything, I don't think.
Oh, yeah.
Unless there's, I think we're all on general same page, give or take. Come up with some ideas and come back. How soon do we pull the trigger on approving the junior NBA, I guess, is my question.
I'm sorry, what was
We have, as far as pulling the trigger and going with the junior NBA, is there a deadline? We have to make a decision to say yay or nay? I guess before I walk in this topic, I want to make sure we don't miss a deadline.
Yeah, so Yvette has more of that information, but I think we've already missed the window when we would advertise, start the process to get the league going. So because of the administrative efficiencies associated with the junior MBA, we're not overly concerned with missing that window if we get direction. If the direction here is to come back and explore, I am concerned about what that would look like for this next year. Now, what we could do is continue with the prior program and do, you know, junior MBA next year is one option, thinking off the top of my head.
Is it too late to do junior NBA this coming year?
No.
So
If we have
how
to
do,
make a motion.
how does the council feel about doing junior NBA this year and then have a separate TOTS program for 4 and 5? Because the junior NBA, I mean, if that's ready to go, it seems like it makes sense. Let it roll.
Do that. I'm good with that.
Okay, so I
Do we
would
need
like
to
to
vote
make a motion to approve the junior NBA league for rec program and then also have a separate TOTS program for ages 4 and 5 for the upcoming basketball season.
I'll second that.
I think we're all in agreement with that. We don't need to vote on that.
We don't?
No, it's just a discussion and direction, so I think we're good there.
Sorry, I thought Jalen said we had to
Oh, you're
vote.
waiting
I think
for a
that
vote.
helps,
There you go.
Frank wasn't in here, but I do think that helps.
That'll get you the direction you need there at that point.
Sorry, I thought it was,
No, you're good.
I thought we were on the downhill sled on that item. I really had to use the restroom.
Yeah, we're good. Item 10, discuss and receive direction on the city's current policy on rental of the senior room at the community center. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor. So the current community center rental agreement, which is the city's policy on the community center, states that the facility rental includes use of hall, lobby, kitchen, bar, restrooms, patio, and meeting room. The agreement also advises that the room designated as the senior room is available upon request to council-approved nonprofit organizations only. The way it's currently practiced is that it's offered as an additional extra room when renting the center. So if a group comes in and they want to rent the community center for an event, they would typically let us know or request that they get that senior room. And we would open that up to them, and then we do have a janitorial fee of $100 that's required if that room's requested. So we don't have currently a rental fee associated with the senior room, and at this point in time, it's only utilized for nonprofits as an extra to renting the community center. We have received feedback and inquiry over the past few months from groups or residents expressing interest in renting that room separate from the community center. Staff does believe, we talked about it last week, that if it meets certain criteria, including the community center not being in use at the time, that the senior room only be available during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, that we could make it more available to groups in the community. So if council determined that this room could be made available, if council wanted to discuss making this room available outside of business hours or on the weekends, at that point in time, staff would recommend that a rental fee, in addition to the janitorial fee, be established to address staffing costs that would be associated with opening and closing that room, subject to its availability. So currently where it stands, and our public works superintendent and I talked about it, if it's during business hours, during the week in the community center, really all we have going on is senior lunch program, mostly just senior lunch program, and then the senior fun bunch event that's once a month. All of our other events are in the evening, which includes karate, and there's a couple other events here and there. And then the community center itself is typically rented for parties and events on the weekends. So what we're saying is in the weekday, when the community center is not in use, which would be Monday, Wednesday, Friday?
Tuesday, Thursdays.
Or Tuesday, Thursday.
By seniors.
Yeah, because Tuesday, Thursdays is our lunch program, that we could potentially make it available for use or meetings to nonprofits and/or anyone that the council approves of to be able to utilize that room. And that because that's during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, that's something that we can do. And perhaps if it's nonprofits, we don't have to establish a fee for it because we'd have staffing available on site to open, close, and provide that as a service in the community. Increase the access or use of the community center, but also be able to provide that service since we'll be staffed, either public works or office staff that can go down there, lock and unlock. But however, on the weekends and evenings is where it gets a little more difficult because we don't have staffing available. It's scheduling people or utilizing our hostesses that we typically pay an hourly wage to open and close and/or handle events on the weekends. And that's where, if council wanted us to look at doing that in accordance with making sure it doesn't impact the community center rentals, that we need to establish a rental fee for that. And so if you have any questions.
Would it be is it open, say it's a Monday or something, they want to use that, some nonprofit would like to use that room, is it wide open, or is there periods of time you could pretty much rent it 9 to 5 if you wanted to for that day, if nobody else asked for it? Is there, how far in advance can someone necessarily book the room if there's a group Are we gonna allow somebody to book, I don't know, Fridays at 2 o'clock or something in perpetuity for a group event? How would that look to be
First
out
come,
for the
first
community,
served.
if you will? I'm just curious how, we just go out a month or two in advance and kind of have a rolling few months out there on a calendar or something?
I would think in general for the senior room
I'm not sure how
itself,
many
it would
trainings
be
yeah.
fairly easy to regulate, and as far as having to go far out, I don't think it's totally necessary. I think the only time we may come into a little discretion with some of the residents or non-residents rented on for the weekend, but do subs on Fridays, so it may not be available Friday afternoons or evenings somewhat. But that's also, those events are usually planned way in advance, and so we would know that.
You can block out the
So I
calendar
definitely
on
think it's
those.
something that we could, if they called this week and said, can we have it on Monday? I don't think that's a problem if it's available to schedule something like
Do
that.
you see any burdens or anything on city resources that's gonna be a problem to help our community if they wanted to use that?
As long as it's between 8 and 5, no.
So is
Can
this?
we, oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, is this gonna be, so we're saying separate from not an additional, it's just the room itself? And is that going to be the $100 fee, or is there a fee set for what, that time period, and is it like hourly?
So we currently do not have a fee set for the senior room at all. The fee that is collected on the senior room is specific to janitorial, and that's in conjunction with somebody renting the community center. Typically, the groups that rent the senior center use it as a setup area. And so we have like PTO groups that come in and have their events or their dinners, and they open up the senior room. They put the $100 janitorial deposit on their request, and we put in tables and stuff, and they put in all their setup gear in there, and they're utilizing that room as setup while they're getting things ready and holding all of their stuff put away basically in that room. The reason we asked for it, not to be affiliated with the community center, like if the community center is vacant, is because of the sharing of restrooms. So there are only one set of restrooms, and so if the community center is in use and the senior room's in use and it's different groups, they're sharing the restrooms, which could seem strange to people who are renting the facility. And so that's why we're saying if it's not available, which the community center is typically not rented during the week. It's usually our weekends, and events have always been prioritized for weekends.
Staff, on your report, you say if it meets certain criteria, but what is the certain criteria?
That's what I listed, including the community center not being in use at the time of use, and that the senior room only be available during business hours of Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. That's the certain criteria.
Okay.
That where we can make it work, and we feel, unless council wants to, that we don't need to establish a fee for that. We're here, we have public works staff available, we have city hall staff. It's a, when we had discussed fees and things a few months ago, there was a lot of talk from council about wanting to provide for the community and doing things for the community, and I think this is something that we can do for nonprofits and or whatever the council approves to make that room available. It is called the senior room, and so all of its past history, for the most part, has been related to seniors. The one hiccup that has been established is regarding our CDBG funds. We do take a small portion of that and utilize it and put it towards senior programs. If we are opening it up to non-senior activities, we might not be able to qualify for as much of that money. It's just project specific. It doesn't happen every year. So that's something you would take into consideration regarding, if it wasn't open to seniors, but if there are other events you want to open up for nonprofits in general, that's fine too, and we can just coordinate that.
Justin, for the senior lunch program, how does cleaning happen for that now?
It's a janitorial group comes in and cleans, I believe, don't they?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we would still collect the $100 deposit, and then that would be taking care of any cleaning.
I guess my question is, why should we limit it to just nonprofits? I feel that if a resident wants to use that Monday through Friday at noon, or a nonprofit, and just have it first come, first serve, and put it on the calendar.
And that's up to council discretion. The way the current policy is written, it says council approved. So the past practice of the city has been that nonprofits go to the council every year to get approval, to be able to get the nonprofit rates. However, that process hasn't been revisited since COVID, basically, because when COVID occurred, everything shut down. We weren't renting anything out. We weren't doing anything. And then when it returned to being able to be used, current staff has obviously changed, and we weren't aware of that process. So beginning for this new year, we're going to redo that process, put out the letters of notification to all of the nonprofits who have rented us before and let them know that we're redoing that process again and that they need to submit an application to come before council. But if council wants to do something different and make it available, that's fine too. But we are limited Monday through Friday 8 to 5. So I do worry if it's open to everyone and everything, you know, that it will make it a little bit more difficult, depending on the interest. Maybe there's no interest at all, I don't know.
I think if there are CDBG funds that are tied to seniors, obviously, we would want the seniors to remain a priority.
Well, yes, and I'm not, the senior schedule is existing, so this would, they use that room on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and so we're looking at around their schedule.
One of the biggest complaints I've been hearing forever is we have a community center, but it's too expensive, no one wants to use it. So at least this allows partial use by the community.
It would just be that room, correct? Yeah.
With that, the $100, is that paid and taken, or is that a deposit? If the room is clean as it was when they left it, they get their $100 back?
It's a fee, and so we use the $100 and we pay our cleaner to come in and clean the room.
So every time a nonprofit would go in and use that room, it's $100? Is that the way I'm gathering, the way we want to do this? Is that what I'm?
Yeah, I recommend that for one reason, because currently really it is the senior room that they're using for their luncheon, and they take tremendous care of that room. They're extremely clean, and they themselves do much of the cleaning after themselves, doing the Tuesdays and Thursdays. They have lots of things all over the walls that represents every individual that comes in there. So we want to be mindful, and we want to be kind to them for that. So we will specify anybody that comes in that they need to take care of the place, and that is for the reason for the $100 fee, so we can ensure that our seniors are still getting the quality room that they've been getting in general throughout the years.
But just to let you know, the seniors do not pay for the.
No, they do not.
Yeah, no. Currently, the senior fund bunch and the senior groups, I mean, that's something that past council has approved, and they don't pay fees for those items. So we, as the city, take care of that stuff, and sometimes it's either Public Works going in there and cleaning. It just depends on how much clean needs to be done. If we go in there and we see that it's not that messy, we'll do what we have to do minimally. We're only going to call out the janitorial service if it really needs to be handled by janitorial.
I'm just thinking of the nonprofits in town that may decide to, we'll call it sign up to use the room. As a nonprofit, if they leave the room as it was when they got there, I have a hard time billing them $100 myself.
And that's fine.
I'm just thinking out loud, if it's
yeah.
required, I'd rather have it more of a deposit situation. Someone assesses it from Public Works on, this is how it was left, this is how it was when they received the room. We walk back in, they're gone. It looks good. It's a judgment, obviously, by Public Works or the hostess that might go out there, but I'm not sure if we're gonna have a nonprofit want to use the room and they're gonna get zinged for $100 to do something in a room. I'm not really feeling the love on that myself.
Okay, so we could do a deposit as well. And then if it's during business hours, that's easy to just have somebody from staff or Public Works go and check the room afterwards.
Right.
And so it's right away. So that's another plus to it being during business hours as well, is when we know the person's vacated or the group.
Right, and
we can go there and check it right then and there as opposed to waiting to the next day. Or
this is exclusive to groups from Escalon, right?
That's up to council.
I'm just thinking our community center all folks. I don't really want to have this spread out to someone from Modesto say, hey, there's a room we can get.
I agree.
I'm sorry, I want to exclusively make this Escalon myself.
Well, what can we say within, well, I was going to say within the 95320 zip code, but that goes the whole way to Farmington.
Or the school districts, or the school district boundaries or something like that. If a nonprofit uses it and it's during business hours, I would like to think that we'd have someone from Public Works or staff go out there before they left the facility going, are we good or not? So that the folks that use the room have the opportunity to go, yeah, we're looking good, or I really need you to do this, this, and this, and they go, let me do that real quick before we leave, and we're all good to go, they get their $100 back, we're not dinging nonprofits for $100.
Which sounds like it's realistic, you said.
That sounds like it, yeah.
And I think that Superintendent Collins can speak for the fact that when the seniors are having their events, he's over there frequently, checking in with them, seeing what they need, those type of things. And so if we know that there's a rental there and he's aware of it, he's probably gonna stop by and make sure they have what they need.
The seniors will make sure I'm swinging by, making sure it's taken care of.
Well, that's
I'm
good.
sure of it.
He gets
all
invited to all the
facilities,
events.
Mr. Mayor, I believe we actually have one of the hostesses
I was looking to
audience.
open that up to the audience, yes, if there's nothing other here at the counter, up here at the dais.
And the hostesses would apply if this was done outside of the regular Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, at their availability as well. So
Gotcha.
we don't require them to use it.
They're not on permanent on-call.
Yeah, no. So,
Barbara Willis, 425 Sultana Way. Thank you, Justin, for what you said. The driver brings the food on Tuesday and Thursday about 8:30 in the morning. So the 4 volunteers are there 8:30, and everything is usually set up from the day before. We've got tablecloths, we've got placemats, the utensils are out. We have to put out water pitchers, things like that. Right now, we've got 35 meals that come in, so 35 diners. That takes up 4 tables. We've got 1 table set up that is for other things. The person in charge of the senior lunch is very generous. We get the food from the kitchen. We don't always get other items that we need. She has bought things like coffee creamers, coffee pots. We provide coffee. So it's concerning to her that this stuff is always left out, and if anybody's gonna come into the room other than us, something could happen to something that she has purchased on her own, and that's not real palatable. Also, a few months ago, we started doing crafts. We made bracelets one month, we made birdhouses, we made wind chimes, and we leave the stuff out on that unused table. So if anybody was gonna come into the room, we've got cupboards that we can put things in the closet, but both of them are full. The Fun Bunch has got one side, and then we've got the other. So, and we don't always get notice when somebody's gonna be in the room. Like when the Miss Teen Escalon, we found lingerie, we found feathers from boas, we found different things when they've used our room, and we haven't known ahead of time that they were gonna be there, and we have to come in and straighten out how it's been left. So I can appreciate that other groups would like to use that room. We would like to know ahead of time that somebody's gonna be in that room, so we can prepare, and hopefully we wouldn't have to clean up after, we might. There are times when I go to Jenny and I say, our floor is filthy, can somebody come in and clean it? The janitor comes into the community center, I say, can you clean our room? Oh no, it's not on my agenda, it's not on my to-do list. So then I have to go back to Jenny and get somebody to clean our floor in that little room. We have a lovely rug provided by Justin, but we try to keep it clean. We try to keep, the seniors that come to us for lunch, some of them don't have any other outings. They don't have any other people that they connect to. So that's why we have the lunch. We have the exercise period from 10 to 11, and then the lunch from 11 to 12. The caregivers, sometimes the only people some of the seniors see is a caregiver, and then they come to us and they see a variety of other people. So I can appreciate that the city wants a source of revenue. I can appreciate that other entities would like to use this room, but we would like to be impacted as little as possible.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Check with them ahead in advance.
Yeah.
Before we commit to anything, we can do that.
Yeah.
I've stayed quiet, just listening, and I hear minimal potential for significant resources. I hear liability as far as manpower, cleaning materials, and also imposing on our seniors. I think it's a bad idea. If it was something where we were talking some significant income and we could make a good amount of money on it, sure, why not? But if we're gonna, allow nonprofits to use it for free or for reduced cost, and that's gonna be the primary use. Really, we're just giving ourselves something else to do, and that just doesn't make sense to me.
Was there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on this?
Sherry Hill, good evening. I know it's getting late, I'm sorry. I'm representing one of the nonprofits that have asked for this room. And the reason that we're asking for it is to help seniors, in fact. And I have spoken with Karen, who oversees the Tuesday and Thursday programs, and she's actually willing to work with us. And so, as a nonprofit, we're giving away food on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the community center is the perfect spot for it. Karen is working with us at this point in time on Tuesday or on Thursday afternoons, and so she's already there, and she would be staying there if we ever asked to use this facility. 75%, actually right now it's about 80% of the people that we service on Thursdays are seniors. 20% are families. But all of our volunteers are seniors, and they're from different parts of town. So everyone working in our food program with Escalon Strong is a senior. And like I say, Karen is part of this now, and she's been coming out and getting food from us as well and starting to supplement some of the Tuesday, Thursday foods with extras that we've gotten. So we're already partnering there. So as representative of that nonprofit, I would ask that you would really consider this, and then maybe make it a stipulation that they'd be able to work with or consult with Karen so as not to disturb the senior things. But from my point of view for the community, I see this as a win-win for the community because we don't have a steady place where we can distribute food, and the community center would be perfect because it's for currently 80% of them are seniors and 20% family, and everybody knows where the community center is. Karen's already there, so we can work with her. And I clean really good. I leave it better than ever. Before I walk in, you can ask. We've actually used Almond Grove Clubhouse and left it clean, and actually got a commendation from them, sorry to say. Anyway, I really would hope that you would consider this a possibility and maybe work something in the terminology that you work with the seniors, but I would hope that you would find favor for other nonprofits to use it. I'm putting my plug in because I'll see you next time when this is on the agenda once you pass this. Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience or online that would like to speak to this topic? All right, let's go ahead and bring it back to council then. This is a discussion item as well. Please, please.
Commission of Aging. There are a variety of county services that have not been available so far to Escalon seniors that I've discovered just in 2 meetings that I've attended. These are not the food programs. We're talking about Medicare services, hooking seniors up with other things that they might be eligible for. So I would love to see the use of that room because ultimately I'm gonna need a home spot to bring those people in to talk to our seniors and provide those social services to them. We're not talking about like a weekly thing, but from time to time, we got HICCAP that wants to come out and talk about open enrollment and some of the other services like the Age in Place programs. So there's a variety of services that are looking to say, hey, nobody's ever opened the door to us in Escalon. We'd like to come. So I would love to see that room opened up because that would be the perfect spot to go to the county and say, hey, we got seniors that need your services. Sorry you've never been invited before. Let's bring you in. They would have group meetings there, bring seniors, do intakes, et cetera. So certainly love to see the center opened up.
So do you need a motion for this, or?
Can I make another comment?
Please.
In light of that information and hearing what the services are being used for, and it is the senior room, I don't see why it would be even discussed to charge for that, and just to continue the seniors to allow to use the room for senior functions. And so whether it was nonprofit or a company, if it's food distribution, if it's something that's helping our senior community, I think that that should fall under the same use that we have for it right now. There shouldn't be a charge. We should be taking care of that. So, my previous comment, I was unaware. I was under the impression that this was for revenue, not to serve our community. So if that's what it's for, I mean, that's how we use it now. I would say that we continue to use it the way that we're using it.
Yeah, currently, past councils approved Senior Fun Bunch to utilize it and the Senior Lunch Program. So the Senior Fun Bunch utilizes it one day a month for their event. They have I think it's the third Wednesday of every month. And then we have had the Senior Lunch Program that's through San Joaquin County, and that's been there for several years. And the program has time periods, and we are aware that in way, shape, and form, because it's all seniors, that they've collided in sorts and have some activities before and some activities afterwards. But those are the two groups that have past approval or past practice to utilize that room. So. I'm sorry?
The Fun Bunch uses the big room.
They use the whole community center, correct, yeah. They have approval from council for the whole room and then the senior room, but a lot of seniors are in both groups, and so it kind of commingles is how I've understood it.
Just understand with the lunch program, just so I'm clear, where in the community center do you serve those meals? Is that in the senior room then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I was not getting that mixed up. It's not in the regular, okay.
They come through the back door there. They open up the back door of the community center and they get delivered through there. Everything is solely in and out of the senior room.
Nice.
I think if it's during business hours, we should, and have it as a first come, first serve. If somebody within the organizer has to live within city of Escalon or within the school district, as long as the person that's making the reservation lives within the city, they can use it. Now, if they do something after hours and we're talking about having to pay overtime to have somebody come in and do the cleaning, et cetera, then obviously those costs would have to be paid for by somebody, but it sounds like this is very little impact, and maybe to turn on the lights, but is it really gonna be that much of a drain?
Sounds like most of the programs that are currently talking about, the little I've heard tonight, not sure if there are other groups that are looking, they are senior driven. So I would try and keep it to the senior driven grouping.
Okay.
As opposed to, Moe's poker night type thing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's not an appropriate use in my opinion. It should be, more towards senior services, for my taste, as opposed to just wide open to anybody to have a free room. I think it should be focused on that aspect for me.
So it will keep its name.
Yeah.
If that's what council approves, it'll.
I think so.
The name of senior room, yeah.
Does it have to be a senior-based, let's just say we had a club, like the Kiwanis Club was reestablished and that kind of thing. Does it have to be a member that is senior in that organization, or does it have to be a senior organized, a club that is just for seniors? That's also, like, are we including other nonprofits that are for the benefit of the community members in Escalon as well? Like Escalon Strong as an organization, would they be able to have that as a meeting room? Because that's not just a senior-led organization, that's for the entire community. So, some of those organizations also need meeting spaces, and that would be an appropriate spot, I think, for those types of meetings as well.
That's why I'm saying if we put a qualifier that seniors take priority, because that's the main driver of the senior room, but if it's available and somebody else wants to use it, they should be able to use it. As long as it's within 8 to 5.
Right, at this point, 8 to 5.
Service organization related, or just wide open to anybody who wants to have
And these
a
would be
meeting room?
council approved.
I'm just asking out loud.
Yeah, so these would be senior approved, council approved. And so, as I mentioned before, we have a process where beginning every year, the nonprofits are supposed to submit applications and come before council, their applications to be council approved. And once they're approved by council, that's opened up for all of the nonprofit service fees, like they get the half rent on community center and those type of things. That, as I mentioned before, fell to the wayside during COVID because we weren't utilizing the community center at all for probably almost 2 years. And then when we brought it back and started utilizing it again, it was different staff by then who were unaware of that. And so looking into this option for council's review, it came to our attention, council approve actually meant reaching out to all the nonprofits in the area that we know of and telling them if you want nonprofit rates for the community center, you have to be approved by the council to do so.
But okay, now what you're doing by doing that, if the letters go out in January and somebody, like Ms. Walker mentioned, Kiwanis starts in April, they're not allowed to use that space then until the following January when that list comes around the council. That's why I'm saying if we...
No, it's at any time, but we would typically mail them all out the end of the year and put them in a meeting
So
in
anybody who's a
January
nonprofit
for
that
the
comes
year.
out in April and says, hey,
Yeah, if they
we just
come
set
up-
this up, we'd like to use the room,
And-
they're a qualified nonprofit, they're
And I
still
don't
good to
know if
go,
you
right?
guys- I don't know if you would remember a few years ago, pre-COVID, there were groups outside of Escalon who were wanting to use the community center and get the nonprofit rates because they were nonprofits, but they weren't based in Escalon. Some of them were in Valley Home, I believe, Valley Springs, and so they'd have to apply to the council, and the council would make the decision based on the event that they were doing and who it benefited. They'd ask all these questions and make that determination on whether or not they felt comfortable giving them that nonprofit rate. And that's how it was done, and it was just that application. So if a nonprofit contacted us, we'd tell them the rate was $8.25, what it is currently, and they said, well, we're a nonprofit, do you have a discount? We do, but you'll need to apply to council and be approved by them to do that. And so ones that were coming to us frequently or on the schedule every year were automatically put on a list where they were getting a mail out every end of the year to be put on the list, turn in your application by this date, and we'll put you guys together as a package, take it to council for review. But ones that were just looking for a place to go would need to come to council and ask for permission.
I'm just thinking of other service groups like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, 4-H, all of those organizations. I mean, we should open it up to them as well, if we're talking about 8 to 5.
Those are nonprofit.
Like there's 4-H and there's other service groups within the city that I'm sure that they would love to be able to use that space.
For what, for the use of the room?
It hasn't been available.
It's not
It's not something
allowed
that's
to be
been
applied
offered,
for at this
so-
time. That's what this is for. We've received at least 3 inquiries over the last few months asking if that room could be made available separately. And the response has been no, because our policy requires that it's, 1, a nonprofit, and 2, that it's only used as an addition to a rent of the community center.
It's a community center. I mean,
Yeah.
it belongs to the community. Why, I feel like we're dissecting this issue too much. Let's just make a decision and move on.
And it could be reevaluated too, so I mean.
Discussion and direction, there's no motion to be had here.
I think that's why,
That's kind of where I was trying to get at with the
yeah,
senior idea.
if you're on the nonprofit list where you do get approved by council as one of the approved nonprofits, I mean, then at least you go through the process and you're not just someone in there with cupcakes for a birthday party and making a mess. Like, that is the worry that I have myself and why you wouldn't open it up to an individual.
Yeah.
But then again, anyone can ask anything of council as well. And so if somebody did have a question, they'd come up and ask us anyway. But
Yeah, and I guess-
as a policy, the nonprofit might work out.
Yeah, and I would kind of just dovetail what Councilmember Walker just shared. If it's open to anyone and everyone, although it sounds great in theory, there are legitimate liability concerns that the city has every time it uses, if it makes space available to anybody. Nonprofits typically have insurance, typically will indemnify those kinds of things if we do get sued. And there have been cases where cities have community centers, youth centers, those types of things. Even Boy Scouts come in, there's an allegation of child molestation, for example, and guess who gets sued? The city. And just to defend that, even if the city didn't have any negligence involved, is a lot of money. So there are reasons why you'd want to think about, at least with nonprofits or certain organizations, you're going to get, hopefully the benefit of some insurance and indemnification.
And they would still follow our process of filling out the application and providing that backup of insurance.
Like for myself, for the first wave of this, to give it a try, since we don't know exactly what level of usage, maintain a nonprofit status, preferably geared towards seniors, but if a nonprofit from town, from our town, not from out of town, no freebies to Valley Home or Lodi or whoever decides they think they got a room to use, it maintains to our, whether it's the school district boundaries or something along those lines, at least, in my opinion. It's Escalon only and nonprofit, and see what kind of use we get. And if that doesn't create a problem, then we're stopped there. We don't have to worry about every group that wants to throw a birthday party. But
Have
I'm not sure how everybody else feels here. We got consensus on what we want to do.
I think it makes sense. We just, if there are other service organizations that come and want to use it, then staff, if you could bring it back to council and we can talk about it.
I could do that.
Need to amend it.
Yeah, I think we opened it up to approved nonprofit organizations. We probably should put an hourly, like they have to book it for a certain number of hours at a time. Or at least have a beginning and an end, like we'll be out of there by a certain time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we got enough direction on that then?
So are we doing all nonprofits now?
Within Escalon's sphere of influence?
Okay.
By the council approved nonprofit list. Once established again.
All right.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
gonna call a 3-minute break before we go into number 11 for the finance. I need to stand up and stretch and also use the restroom, so let's take a couple minutes break.
Okay, you're good.
We're good. We get the Mayor Pro Tem back here in a sec.
Oh, I didn't, sorry.
We're missing one, sorry.
Didn't
4 out
realize
of 5 right now.
Football trophy's not there, you can't say you didn't know you would.
We are back. Thank you for indulging in the short break we had there.
I'll think about that one.
On to item number 11, proposed budget. Take it away, staff.
Well, I think you know who's here and who's gonna do what, so we'll go ahead and put it over to Andy to get our budget going there.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for the record, Andy Heath, a financial consultant to the city. Before you tonight is the proposed 23-24 budget, which actually began on July 1st, a couple of months ago, and goes through June 30th of next year. As I go through tonight's presentation, I do have a PowerPoint that we'd like to show. Put that up on the screen. Real quick, as part of tonight's discussion, going over the budget development process to date, we'll look at the citywide proposed budget, and there's new slides that have been added to the presentation you saw 4 weeks ago on the preliminary budget for the general fund and the water fund. So we have a citywide perspective tonight that I'll be going through. Then I will review the general fund revenues and expenditures in the forecast that you did see. There's been a couple of changes to those slides and a couple of changes to the general fund that I will go through. We'll look at the city's enterprise funds and certain special revenue funds that I selected pertinent to the city's transportation program, impact fee program, and the assessment district program. So the budget preparation process so far to date builds upon a presentation that you saw actually before I came to the city, where you considered and you looked at certain budget elements that were being prepared as part of the 23-24 budget. So this budget is 90% of the information that you saw there is built into this budget. A lot of new information has been added in a more transparent format for all of the city's funds. We looked at the 22-23 fiscal activity and then estimated the ending fund balances based on that activity, looking at certain things that will be accrued as part of the 22-23 fiscal year. I will tell you that today we were able to successfully close the 22-23 fiscal year in the city's financial system. So now we'll be just doing the closing accounting entries over the next probably 3 weeks to a month or so to get true fund balances for all funds for the end of 22-23. But they will be very close to what you see as estimated ending fund balances for 22-23 in the budget schedules that you have. We looked at future revenue and expenditure trends and forecasts. You've seen the financial forecast model for the city's general fund. So that's been updated with one thing, and I'll show you that in just a few minutes. And then we prepared all the budget schedules for all citywide funds. And then, of course, we did bring back to you 4 weeks ago the general fund and the water fund, which haven't changed that much. Looking at the citywide budget, what I want to focus on here is that this is for all funds that are presented as part of your budget. If you look in the second column under the expenditure budget, you can see that on the bottom line, the citywide budget for the expenditures is about $29.6 million. That represents the spending authority that we're asking the council to approve tonight. So this is the appropriations for all citywide funds that we're asking the council to approve as part of the 23-24 budget. You can see in the citywide budget that revenues are about $18.6 million. And again, you have $29.6 million in expenditures. Well, that means you're going to be using, assuming we spend all of the appropriation authority we're asking the council for tonight, we're going to be using about $11 million in reserves or fund balance from a variety of different funds. And you can see where all of that money is coming from. You're very well aware that as we presented the general fund 4 weeks ago, you had about $1 million deficit for a couple of reasons. We'll go through that again very briefly. You can see that the enterprise funds are using about $5.3, $5.4 million in fund balance, and that's because you have very large capital programs in those funds. So you're using reserves that have saved up over a number of years with ratepayer money to perform an array of capital projects that are budgeted, and we'll go through those briefly as well. Having said that, though, you can see the water and the sewer enterprise funds still have healthy reserve balances, assuming you do spend the $1.2 million and the $4.1 million in their appropriation authority for the year. So having a $5 million fund balance in the water fund is good. Having a $3 million fund balance in the sewer fund is also good. And then you can see you also have a large amount of expenditures going out in transportation, and that is also because of capital. So the real reason you're using $11 million more than you're bringing in is simply because you've saved up reserves for an array of capital programs that, frankly, in the transportation fund and in the enterprise funds, those fees can really only be used for those purposes anyway. So they can't be used for discretionary purposes that you can use in the general fund. Okay. Looking at the capital projects, And I won't go through these right now because I have slides for each one of these funds, but you can see that the city does have in its CIP right now about $14.5 million in capital in all of those funds. And you can see that the majority of that capital is in water, sewer, and Measure K. Okay? And that's basically Measure K is your main transportation fund. This is just a staffing matrix. So you saw this before. The city has 36.85 FTE, 36 full-time positions, 60% of a position in the police department for administrative staff, and then a quarter of a position for a transit manager. 29.25 of those positions are allocated to the general fund, and then you can see the water fund, sewer fund, stormwater, and transit enterprise funds each also have a small allocation. One thing I will say is that a lot of the general fund positions, particularly in the management and support and legislative areas, are actually partitioned out to other funds because they do support the city as a whole. So the costs for those positions are actually aggregated and added to the costs for the entire legislative management and support, and for that matter, corporation yard departments, and then allocated based on the budgets of all other funds and all other departments in the general fund on a proportionate share. So those costs, if you look in your budget, you'll see under the corp yard, legislative, management and support, and civic center budgets, department budgets in the general fund, they're zero. And that's because all the costs associated with those departments are transferred to other funds. This is your general fund budget, 4.8 million in revenue, offset by about 5.8 million in expenditures, meaning that if we do use all of the appropriation authority that we're asking for in this budget, that we will be using about $1 million in general fund reserves by the end of the year. The use of these reserves are required basically for two reasons. You have the loss of a significant, actually the highest sales tax paying business due to a closure in the city that happened in the last fiscal year to the tune of about $400,000 a year. And then you also have about $550,000 in, well, a little less than that, in one-time additions to the budget for 23-24, which I'll go through. Add those two things together, that's what makes up pretty much the majority of that $986,000 use. Now, when I presented this to you 4 weeks ago, it was about a $1.1 million use, and I got that lower because we actually moved out $125,000 as a transfer in from the gas tax fund, so there's more revenue coming in to the general fund from the gas tax fund. There's a legal transfer. It still enables you to meet your MOE or your maintenance of effort requirement to receive the SB1 RMRA money, the Road Maintenance Rehabilitation Act funds, and you have enough expenditures in the general fund to warrant the transfer in of $125,000 related to streets. So we added that back, and then we moved $90,000 in outlay for streets vehicles, which again, gas tax will support, to the gas tax fund. And when I show you the gas tax fund slide, you'll see that even if you do these two things to the gas tax fund, where you're transferring money out and moving expenditures in, you still have a healthy reserve, assuming you do that at the end of the day. Let's get a drink real quick. These are the general fund revenues, and you can see the majority of the general fund revenues, the 4.8 million, does come from taxes. About 78% of all the revenues in the general fund are related to taxes, which will be property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, real estate transfer taxes, those sorts of things. Looking specifically at those taxes, that 3.82 million in taxes is broken down this way, where the majority of those taxes come from property taxes, 2.3 million, and then sales taxes make up just over $1 million. Sales taxes in this city used to be about 1.4 million. Okay, so now because of the loss of that particular business, they're just over $1 million as projected. Taking the taxes into account, so property tax and sales tax make up about 69% of all general fund revenues. So when you look at just the general fund revenues, which is this, two sources, two taxes, make up about 69% of all of it, okay? Property tax and sales tax. General fund revenues, just some of the projections that we used, increase in property taxes by about 4%. We use Muni Services, which is the business, the consultant that does the sales tax forecast for us, as the forecast for the sales taxes over the next few years. The final amount of the ARPA for the general fund is included as revenue, just under $72,000. We have conservative increases built in to the other general fund sources, consistent with historical trends. So we looked at what happened in years prior and parlayed that out to the future. And then there's 3 transfers in now. They're coming in from other funds to support operating costs in the general fund. One from your supplemental law enforcement police fund, Fund 252 for $80,500, which is an annual ongoing transfer that comes in. Traffic safety, $20,000 there to support the streets program. And then again, $125,000 from the gas tax fund. On the expenditure side, you can see that the general fund has an array of different expenditures. $5.8 million is what the appropriation authority that we're asking for. The majority of those expenditures are for police department, public safety. About 57% of all the expenditures in the general fund reside in that department. And you have a number of other departments, some of which are supported by fee-based activities, like your community development manager talked about earlier today, the recreation department, building department, those sorts of things. A lot of those programs, although not 100%, are supported by the fees that residents pay and users pay for those services. This $5.8 million does include a portion of the insurance, legislative, management and support, courtyard, and civic center costs that are distributed to applicable funds citywide. So keep in mind that all the costs for those departments are in the general fund, and then they're zeroed out. Okay, so if you look at each one of those departments, the only thing that's going to be there is pretty much the capital that is directly related to that department. But all the other costs for staff, operations, support, et cetera, they are aggregated, and then they are split out to all the other departments in the general fund, police, streets, street lighting, animal control, recreation, parks, et cetera, and more importantly, all the other funds in the city, sewer, water, gas tax, all of them. Okay, so they all get their fair share of the costs that go to support the city as a whole, which are in those buckets: insurance, civic center, management and support, legislative. So it makes sense to do that. General fund expenditures in the aggregate. So again, this budget, this $5.8 million here in the total appropriation authority assumes that all staffing positions, all positions are filled for the entirety of the year. So if you have had any vacancies since July 1st, and assuming that those costs have not been offset by increased consultant costs and or overtime that are incurred to make sure you have minimum staffing requirements like in the police department, you have vacancy savings, okay? So you're not gonna eat the whole $980,000. It may be a little bit less than that. Of course, that assumes you bring in all the revenue that we're forecasting as well. But nonetheless, this budget is set conservatively, and it assumes that all positions are filled for the entirety of the year. This budget also includes negotiated and approved salary increases, as does the forecast. If a salary increase has not been approved by the city council, it is not included in the forecast that you're going to see. It includes funding for debt service on an ongoing basis for your civic center and energy lease payments. Assumes contracting out of the animal services function. It includes one-time expenditures of $471,000 that we'll go through on the next slide, and conservative estimates for increases to regularly occurring expenditures for things like fuel, materials, supplies, contracts, those sorts of things, insurance. And then again, as I mentioned on the previous slide, we do have a distribution of the cost center and general government charges consistent with the cost allocation methodology the city has used historically. These are the one-time expenditures built into the general funds for just under $500,000. You can see there the big ones there, pretty much in the police department. We have some handguns, desks, $15,000, radio upgrade, $65,000, a vehicle or rim server, another desktop, computer equipment for $133,000. The other big one is for the housing element and ordinance updates in the planning area for $120,000. AC unit for the community center, talked about that tonight, community center that is, and then an ice machine and equipment. So you can see these are pretty much all one-time related expenditures. You had the $90,000 for the 2 vehicles for the streets department in this list, and we actually moved that over to the gas tax fund, okay, to try to get those costs out of the general fund. Wherever we have the opportunity to use other funds for some of these things, for example, you may have an opportunity for some of the police costs to use the supplemental law enforcement fund if there's funding there. Of course, staff would always work with the police department and again the city council before we made any changes like that so that everybody's aware and everything's transparent. But anytime you can defray costs out of the general fund, especially one-time costs, when you're using reserves already in the general fund as projected for the year, that is pretty much the fiscal prudent thing to do. So we'll be looking at that as we move forward. Long-term forecast, again, this is just a forecast that was developed before we actually put the budget together to get a really good understanding of exactly where the general fund looks to be in the future. Okay, it's really important to understand exactly what's going to be happening in the future so that your council has a tool to make decisions today on what you might be spending today as it impacts the future. So what that looks like essentially is this. And you might recall that in 23-24, last year, or 4 weeks ago in the last presentation, we had about a $1.1 million deficit. So now that's 986. Next year gets better. It's only 600,000. But then you have that systemic issue where you have growth in revenue that exceeds the growth in expenditures, which is why those negative numbers get smaller, okay? However, given the $400,000 loss out the gate, starting in its entirety for 23-24, that just goes right on. That's essentially why you have deficits in the future, okay? The deficit this year exists because of the $400,000 in the one time. The deficit next year exists because you have the $400,000 deficit, and also you have some salary increases that have been approved for 24-25 that are actually built into that fiscal year. In future years, it's all related to the loss of the $400,000 per year. Keeping in mind that starting in 25-26, there are no approved salary increases that the city council has approved yet. So once those get approved, we have to add those back in, okay? Does look a little bit better than it looked 4 weeks ago. However, there still is a systemic issue, which ultimately, if we do nothing, and everything stands the way it is in the forecast, you actually start eating into your policy reserve, which is represented by the blue bar, about 33%, just under $2.2 million, just under $2 million. You start eating into that starting in fiscal 27-28. Okay, where that orange bar that's stacked above the zero goes away and goes below the zero, okay? At the end of 22-23, the general fund will probably have about just under $4.5 million in its reserve, which is good. If we use the whole million this year, in 23-24, you see that comes down to 3.4, and then based on these deficits here that are projected, doing nothing, you start to eat into that reserve, okay? We talked about that a couple of weeks ago. All right, this is the water fund. So all the water funds are aggregated. There are 6 funds in your water fund. Many cities take all of this information and put it in one fund. You have 6 different funds that serve your water enterprise. So I presented it that way. So we'll look at maybe changing this up in the future to make it a little more understandable. Nonetheless, your revenues in the entire water fund are about $5.3 million. 6.5 million in expenditures are what's budgeted, and that's because you have a capital program in the water fund of just under 3.5 million. So if you take all that capital away, you can see you'd have a pretty big surplus. And that's for a reason. Okay, because part of your rate, you're charging the ratepayers for your enterprise fund, especially your main enterprise funds like water and sewer, includes a capital component where that rate is supposed to pay for needed capital in the future. So you're doing that this year to the extent you complete that $3.5 million capital program. Your fund balance at the end of the day, assuming you do spend all of the $6.5 million in the current fiscal year, you'll still have just over $5 million in fund balance in the water fund.
Does that include the Tracy?
I'm sorry?
$1
$1 million from Tracy that we get paid for water? It includes whatever the city gets in normal revenue from year to year. So if it had been in previous years, it's been separated out over the previous year prior to this. If it's in the fund, it's there. Right, in the water fund. Capital projects, so these are the capital projects, $3.5 million in capital projects. You can see you have a remote system, well 1A design work, $2.5 million there. Now, this is what the council did discuss 4 weeks ago as well. This has not changed yet. This will probably go up by $1 million, okay? So this has already been approved. That $2.5 million, I believe, becomes $3.5 million. So essentially, your capital program will be $4.5 million if you do everything. So you have about $4 million left. And that was for the additional funds that were needed on the well 1A design work too. Distribution maintenance, $132,000, and then the water line replacement for $609. Moving on to the sewer funds. So you have 8 sewer funds, okay? And this includes both the industrial and the municipal operations, capital, depreciation, and debt service for all of the sewer activities in the city. Revenues in the sewer fund, just under $5.4 million. And you can again see that your expenditure authority, the expenditure authority we're asking the council for tonight is $9.5 million. Just under $4.8 million in capital in the sewer fund. And assuming we spend all of that $9.5 million, there'll still be about $3 million at the end of the day in June of 2024. Capital projects in the sewer fund, aerators and pumps, wastewater treatment facility expansion, pond improvements, McHenry Line trunk rehabilitation, some controllers for McHenry, energy project, and then lift station improvements at Carrigang for $775,000. So a few projects there.
Andy?
Yes.
I asked Justin a question about this. So on these capital projects list for the sewer, how many of these will actually be impacted by the wastewater treatment plant project that we've been talking about?
I mean, at some point, all of it will be touched at some point, but like what we have here is what's going to kind of keep us going until we have a new design.
Just look at spending like $1 million for facility expansion, and then will that be, is that something that's going to be part of the project as well? Just trying to make sure that we're not spending this money and then turn around in 2 years from now having to redo and spend another $1 million for this.
Yeah, it's nothing that we're going to redo. If it's spent, it wouldn't be in the project for sure.
Andy, does this include our ARPA fundings as well?
Sorry?
Does this include the ARPA portion of the money because
Yes,
it's put
it
in the
does.
design? So that wastewater treatment plant facility expansion is actually the design cost for the ARPA. So because that money was council approved to pay for the wastewater treatment plant design, it's a sewer-related fund, so that money has been moved into the sewer account to cover that design work. So that actual facility expansion is the remainder of the money for the design of the project.
And the ARPA money will only be used in 23-24 to the extent it is not used in 22-23. So whatever the amount of money in 22-23, the year that we just finished, whatever has been spent for that particular project that ARPA supported will be transferred out of your deferred revenue from ARPA and go to offset that. Anything remaining will then be moved at mid-year into the sewer fund to offset these costs.
So that's actually the money that will be covering completion of your design for wastewater treatment plant, as well as the rate study costs when we move forward with that.
Right. And that's why you need a pause. Because that $1 million right there is not the city's proper cost. There should actually be paid for 80% by industry. And that's where you recoup some of this money as a deficit and get the city to pay their fair share. So that's why it's time out, get them to agree now. It's a short period of time before the contract's going to be renewed. And at that point there, if we haven't corralled them, so you may not need that kind of money at all. All right. I'll move on to the stormwater fund. So this is another enterprise fund that the city has, about $239,000 in revenue, offset by $327 in expenditures. Still have about $328,000 in that fund at the end of the year, assuming we do that. Let's see, we're using about $118,000 in fund balance, and there's one capital project for telemetry upgrades that's included as part of that budget for $30,500. Final enterprise fund is the city's transit fund. So we get $579,000 in revenue, $485,000 in expenditures, and the transit fund ebbs and flows in terms of revenues and expenditures. The transit fund is mostly funded through an allocation of the Transportation Development Act, local transportation funding that's received through the county that is typically used to balance this budget. Okay, you also receive state transit assistance, some fare box revenue, and some other grant revenue. But this fund at the end of the day should essentially balance itself out and typically will. Now, I don't expect that $5,000 deficit to maybe even materialize depending on how things end up in 2022, 23, and then parlay into next year. But this fund will always be really close to zero, so, and purposely so. Some of the capital in transit includes a mile car, desktop, and MDTC for $69,000.
What is MDTC?
I don't know. I think that MDTC has probably something that is in the buses that's electronic that.
I can't recall what it is, but it was one of the items John had brought a few months ago. I think what the same that is the Mio car. I can look that up and get back to you.
That's from John.
Mobile data transit something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead and continue and I'll look it up right now.
Okay. Transportation fund. So these are special revenue funds now. So this transportation fund receives the remaining allocation of the annual allocation from the county that you get for TVA, Transportation Development Act, local transportation funding, and might house any other transportation grants that have a grant coming in and an expense going out that's related specifically to transportation. This fund is proposed to get $317,000 in 23-24. And as of now, there's nothing in the CIP or capital plan that encumbers any of the transportation funding that might be available. Assuming that $317,000 does come in, you will have just over $2 million available in that fund during 23-24. So as you'll see when we go through the transportation funds, there is some money available for transportation as a whole in this city. And, you know, I would encourage staff to work together to see, you know, where that money might be recommended to be spent before the city council in the future, because you're going to see some good numbers coming up. Another transportation fund is the Regional Transportation Impact Fee that's received from the county. So we're estimating that about $12,500 will come in this year. There are no expenditures budgeted in this fund as of yet. And at the end of the day, there'll be just under $400,000 available in that fund, assuming that $12,500 does come in. So those funds are also available for specific transportation needs. Now, because this is a regional transportation impact fee, presuming that it's a AB 1600 fee, it can only spend for certain purposes in a regional perspective that are typically approved by the body that provides you with these fees. So I'm not sure if that's the case here, but, you know, we'll find out. And then anything that we come back to the council with respect on how those monies might be spent, you know, we'll make sure that it's legally permissible.
Andy, how does the balance go from $12,500 to $384,000?
So what that means is you, at the end of 6/30/23, you're going to have about $372,000. Okay, and now you're adding $12,500 in revenue with no expenditures. So assuming you don't spend any of that next year, your fund balance at the end of 6/30/24 will be $384,000. Okay, here's the kicker. So this is your Measure K fund. We propose to receive just under $800,000 in Measure K revenues. And there are $5.2 million budgeted in your CIP for use of Measure K monies. This budget was put together based on the CIP that was provided, so I just took it for what it was. There is one project in the CIP that had Measure K funding identified as the fund that it was going to be spent from, but it did not have a source attached to it. So obviously there's not enough money in the fund to pay for South McHenry Avenue to Jones project, the $2.3 million. So there's a note in this fund that this project right now is not funded. It is in your CIP plan, which is why I included in the appropriation request for this budget. This project, before any dollars were ever spent on it, would always have to come back before the council and be approved. So it will not come back before the council until a funding source is identified, unless other funding sources are transferred from other funds that might be applicable for this project. So keep that in mind, but that's why you see that large negative fund balance at the end of this year, assuming you spend all of that $5.2 million, which includes the South McHenry to Jones project.
So if we pass this budget the way it is, would we still have the opportunity to make sure that this project doesn't move forward until we identify the funding source? Or is this just?
Yeah, because a project that magnitude has to be approved by the council.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just, I'm almost 100% certain that that would be the case.
So I did hear back from our transit coordinator on the MDTC, and he says that that's listed as machine and capital, so it's basically the MeoCar agreement that came before council and was approved a few months ago, and the cost for a new computer. So that's all listed under machine and capital for transit.
Okay. And then another transportation-related fund is your Gas Tax Road Maintenance Rehabilitation Act, or SB1 fund. $400,000 in revenue coming in, $917,000 in expenditures going out. Assuming that 400 comes in and the 917 goes out, at the end of the day on 6/30/24, you'll have just over $750,000 remaining in fund balance. Some of the things that are in the 917,000 include the street vehicles and equipment that we transferred from the general fund, from what you saw before, 90,000. The transfer out to the general fund for the street program, which again is different, 125,000 there. We have some street overlay and chip seal projects, 651,000. McHenry Avenue sidewalk rehab, 14,000, and Yosemite Avenue sidewalk replacement for 37,000. So all of those expenditures are built into that $917,000. Okay, moving on to your impact fee operating funds. So the city does have 8 different impact fees that it collects for. Planning, library, parks, recreation, public works, transportation, police, and city hall. You can see that really the only appropriations, that is monies that are being asked to be set aside for expenditure in the current fiscal year, 23-24, are $89,300 for parks costs, which is for machinery, upkeep, taxes, and materials. And then $20,000 in a transportation impact fee fund for the Old Ray intersection improvements. Other than those 2 items, there are no other expenditures budgeted right now from impact fees, okay? Impact fees are governed by AB 1600, which says that these fees can only be spent consistent with the nexus study for which the fee was put together. So got to make sure you comply with that. A couple of fees I want to point out. On the positive side, your public works impact fee does have about $424,000 in it. And more importantly, your transportation impact fee has about $3.3 million built into it. So may be really prudent to go back to these governing ordinances or resolutions or both that promulgate how these fees might be spent and really look at, how you might be able to use those funds for certain purposes. 2 of the fees you can see have negative balances. The library impact fee has a negative $156,000, and the city hall impact fee has a negative $3 million fund balance in it. And that's because both of these fees actually lent money for specific purposes, which I'm sure your council is aware of. For the library, the money came from the general fund, and that was to do certain library upgrades to the library. Those ultimately, the fund balance is negative in this impact fee with the intention that you'll collect impact fees in the future to offset that negative balance, okay? Similarly, in City Hall, $3 million negative balance. And then you had a couple of other impact fee funds, namely the Low-Income Housing Fund lent $834,000. The Public Works Impact Fee Fund lent $313,000, and the Transportation Impact Fee Fund lent $1.8 million, okay, to the City Hall Fund for City Hall purposes and upgrades. Those fees must be paid back ultimately by the City Hall Fund to the funds that where the money came from. It's probably going to take many, many, many years for the City Hall impact fee to earn $3 million. So consistent with conversations I've had with the city manager, we'll be looking at, you know, other alternatives on how these funds ultimately may be paid back to really make it more prudent. So we'll look at that. And there is a schedule that I included in the budget that discusses each of these loans that you'll see in the budget document itself, and you can see where those are coming from. Assessment district operating funds, so these are the assessment districts that the city has. Typically, an assessment district is governed by an engineer's report that's prepared and approved by the city council every year that says how the monies are to be spent, and more importantly, what the assessment ultimately will be. Your assessment districts, Sunrise, Belterra, Westwood, and 2 in the estates for lighting and business assessment. Pretty whole. I mean, you've got money there. Westwood goes a little bit negative, and that's only because they may have an aggressive spending plan, but that hopefully, depending on what happens in 22, 23, and ultimately next year, that may not be negative. So that assumes everything that is budgeted has been spent. So no real excitement in the assessment districts. Finally, you have the COPS, Community-Oriented Policing Program, and the Police Fund, Supplemental Law Enforcement. This is money that comes from the state of California through the federal COPS grant every year. You get about $150,000 into the budget every year, into this special fund. And typically you spend the majority of that, $148,000. That the expenditures this year are basically for just a couple of things. You have some police-related equipment and operating costs that are budgeted each year by the police department, $68,000. A lot of these things are one-time type things that the police department needs. And then you have a transfer out to support staffing in the general fund where all police staff are located for $80,500, which offsets just under one FTE police officer. At the end of the day, assuming we spend all $148,000, you'll still have just under $87,000 remaining in that fund, which is why I indicated when we went through the one-time information and requests in the general fund, a lot of those were police-related, and there may be an opportunity there to defray some of the general fund costs with the available supplemental law enforcement funding. That is a very quick overview of your budget as a whole. And I will stop there and be happy to work with staff to answer any questions you might have.
Questions up here, team? Caffeine kick yet? Questions from the audience out there? Anybody out there?
I have a couple. Excellent report. When I interrupted, I'm sorry I did that, but that was for their benefit, not yours. Best report, 18 years I've been here, as far as explained, and unfortunately it's a little dour, but at least it's honest. I have asked questions for the last 10 years when the city took out 3 interfund loans to pay for City Hall and the Community Center. That was $1.55 million. And are you accounting for that in the budget?
Yes.
And how are we paying that back?
So what the city has done, and this will be part of the closing process that I alluded to for 22-23, the year just finished. So what I've noticed in the past is that the funds that actually have taken these loans, okay, actually have to pay them back, okay? And in this case, it's 2 impact fee funds. To the extent the impact fee fund makes an impact fee, it's going to pay that back, all right? with the impact fees. There's also an interest cost associated with each of these loans, so.
Well, impact fee.
Right.
In lieu. Okay, the only way it gets money is if there's a development that's
exactly right.
developing 10 or more homes where there's an actual in lieu payment or a house.
That's exactly right.
Dedicated to that. That seems unlikely to get paid back during the 20-year term of that interfund loan, which is halfway through. My other point here, not you, is every time I ask, where's the interest coming from? Is that coming out of the general fund? I was notified that they're taking the interest from that fund and paying the fund back. It's a revolving door. Is that true?
And that's something that I need to look at as well, because I did notice something like that, where, keep in mind that interest is distributed to a fund, okay, based on its cash balance. So if it's going to bring in cash during a fiscal year, it may get an allocation in a particular quarter if it receives an impact fee, all right?
This is the interest for the loan.
Right. So then they're using that interest, which then should have just stayed in the general fund, perhaps. It's coming over to this other fund, and they're paying it back.
Well, if you got $400 coming in this fee,
Yeah.
this deal, and you've got an $800,000 loan,
It's almost impossible to pay the interest on that. When you have a deficit fund balance, there's no way you can earn interest until you don't have a deficit fund balance. And as long as you have that loan that's causing you to have a deficit fund balance, which, I mean, the loan should go away if you have money to pay for it. If you don't, you have a deficit fund balance, because the loan is a liability on the balance sheet, okay? That is negative fund balance. So there's no way that fund can pay interest until it becomes positive.
And I get that, and that's, thank you for your explanation. I don't see how that fund ever gets paid back. And the point being that we just had an MSR, or municipal service review, for expansion of the city's sphere of influence and what have you. The low-income housing cost or fund was misrepresented as $900,000 when there's not $900,000 in there.
That's correct.
Unless you can take that money out of another fund or a general fund.
That's right.
That's not there. So when you have your low-income housing study tonight, that money is not there. And it's shown here, now, you've got a PowerPoint here, but on page 199 and 261, it's showing that there's 900,000
in fund balance
this year and 901 next year.
Right. It's a fund balance, okay? So now, I get, you are right in that the working capital and the fund balance are two different things here, because you don't have 900,000 in working capital.
Right.
But when you have an asset that is a loan receivable on the balance sheet, and you have no liabilities, which the low-income housing fund does not, the offset is fund balance. So you have 900,000 in an asset, not cash, okay? It's a receivable from another fund.
Is that how we got into the junk bonds?
So, yeah, and it's just, so it's accounting, but the fund balance is there. It does have a fund balance, but it's owed it from another fund.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, I have asked the questions of the procedural thing, when the loan was taken out in 2013 to 2012, I asked the then acting city manager, is that ever going to get paid back? And dead silence, and he was just never going to get paid back. There's really not any revenue. So taxpayer money in Escalon is sacrosanct. Spending anything here really needs a lot of thought.
Which is why the hard reality that ultimately is brought back before the city council may be, these are your alternatives, unless you want to wait 100 years and hope that this impact fee ultimately materializes and is able to pay back these loans. These are your options to pay that off over X number of years. So, and we'll give you options.
So could you go back to your PowerPoint for the sewer funds.
Which one? Sewer fund?
I don't know what page you are here. This is page 189 on the agenda.
She's controlling it now.
Which page?
Are you controlling it?
Yes, sorry.
I'm not.
Keep going. No, keep
Oh, wait,
going.
here we- okay, I'm
Going down.
You gotta
The
keep
sewer
going.
fund?
It's in the 20s.
Well, this says sewer wastewater fund. I don't know what it said on yours.
Getting close, 19
You want this one here?
There it is, 19.
Okay,
or 20?
There's one before that.
that's sewer.
Oh, 20.
Water?
One up.
20.
One up?
The one that shows all of the expenditures.
That's 20.
The next
For which? for
No,
ca-
this one.
All right, so the wastewater treatment, is that P?
Yeah.
Facility expansion. That's the COVID money that the city is using to fund this design permit.
From what I understand,
So-
yes.
So it's not really a tax liability to the community of Escalon. However, it's taxpayer money, and it's being used for that treatment plant.
That's right.
But we have other members in there. So that number right there is almost the entire total of that 1.2 million that Blackwater has been awarded to design and permit this plant. That number shouldn't be that high to us without some other income from the industries. So again, that's why you need a pause, so we can get that into the budget.
I think that's part of something that would be rolled into the communications and the conversations you have with those industries as part of the cost of their portion.
Absolutely.
When we have a finished plan, it's X amount of dollars, here's your percentage, and they're at that point,
See,
it's a whole
that's
package
back
across.
afterwards. This design has been going on for over 2 years. It should have never started without
Well, this
a
is
locked
outside of the scope
contract
of what we're
with the
talking about here,
industries.
the budget here, so.
How would you design it? All right, well, anyway, that's why I brought that up. I had some questions regarding the energy lease debt service. Now is that in Jenny, as far as the loan? to pay?
Benji, yes.
Okay. Just a simple question. Are we saving as much money from what we used to spend to pay for this?
I believe we're breaking even, but I'll have to look at the reports.
And that was the answer, 12 months ago. But now we're at a budget year. We should be able to figure out whether that was a good investment so that we didn't lose any money. Because I think Jenny was going to reimburse the city if they didn't make that profit. So this is the kind of time of year you might want to know that.
Yeah, we can have Andy take a
The
look.
statement. And lastly, the Bellaterra Landscape Lighting District. I went back to MID today and I checked out the rate schedules for streetlights because the streetlights in Bellaterra are not on a meter. They're on monthly charge, actually a daily charge. But they changed the rate schedule, but they haven't raised rates that I know of. So what I'm asking is, have they raised those rates? Because 2 years ago, it was $1,725 for the year. Last year was $1,768. This year is $1,810. So theoretically, they're not supposed to be raising rates without a 218 vote. At least that's the last time I heard, going through the court system there. So I called the city's representative today. It's a new gal, MZ or whatever her name is. And I couldn't make heads or tails. It used to be Schedule 7. This is what it costs per light, per month, per year. It doesn't read like that now, so I'd like to know.
Well, I would just say the assessments are done annually through the engineer's reports. It's not like
it's a
not a property-related charge.
At this point, it's not a budget item, it's set in stone at this point. It was approved, 2 months ago? Those revenues and expenses were discussed and approved at that point, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it has been approved for the year.
For the year.
I wasn't there then, my problem, but I just thought I'd ask. In there. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns?
When you say you're going to give us options to pay back the debt, when does that come to us, or what kind of options? And is that like as in closing after?
I think, once I have, the next step now will be to move into the audit, once the budget's done. So the audit for 22, 23, 21, 22, as far as I know, everything's with the auditor, and we're just waiting for a report. So 22, 23 will be closed out. There's a number of things that need to be done to do that. It just takes some time, no more than a month or so, though.
Okay.
Once that's done, then we'll have an idea of where funds really lie. What you see in the budget is an estimate. It's going to be a close estimate. I think it's going to be pretty close for all the funds. But once we understand that and the mechanics of how all these funds are working in unison, we'll come back probably in a couple of months and say, okay, these are the options. And candidly, one of the options is going to be, the general fund, ultimately. Where it may participate to some degree. If we can use other funds in some way, shape, or form and find a nexus to using other funds, we'll recommend that. But I really want to go through the documents that enabled these loans to find out exactly what they were used for. What did they purchase? If they were upgrades to City Hall and the infrastructure in City Hall and the building itself and different things, well, did the sewer fund and the water fund pay their fair share? Maybe. And does it make any sense to actually look at those funds to pay their, because candidly, again, part of the operation for sewer and water is in this building. You receive payments here. You do all the audits here. You do, all the administration is here. So, we'll look at all that. But there are options out there.
Thank you.
And as all budgets go, this is a planning document, not something that can't be changed if something occurs mid-year, in 2 months, something else happens that materially changes, we can come back and revisit.
Yeah, I think, and I've talked to the city manager about this as well. I want to come back to you before mid-year, because mid-year is typically done in February or March. And I'm thinking, once we have the year closed out and the forecast updated, when we know what property taxes are absolutely going to be, the sales taxes come in for a couple of months, and we see what the impacts are compared to what's been forecasted by many services. Things are gonna be a little bit different, maybe. And it's important to update that forecast as frequently as possible, especially when you have a changing economy, which you have in this city, unfortunately. So we'll come back before mid-year.
Great. All right, then. Any other questions or concerns with the budget? If not, we can move to motion. I would move to approve the resolution XX23 approving the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 budget as presented tonight.
Yeah, I would second that.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Next up, council communications and future agenda items. So we have a future agenda item number 12. Mayor Pro Tem Hagan and Councilman Engel, you have something you'd like to bring up?
So there's been a lot of discussion in, whether it's in the news or in the newspaper or whatever, in regards to the potential for mask mandates and potential, top-down pressure on our citizens. And so I would like to propose some sort of resolution or something that reiterates to our population that we're not going to be, closing down our businesses, and we're not going to be forcing anyone to do anything with their health they don't want to do. That would include forcing them to wear masks or anything of that nature. So that's kind of what I was looking at, because the literature is pretty obvious at this point. If you do your due diligence, you'll see that most of this stuff is not helping your health. In fact, it's harming it. So That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, and I'm not in favor of stripping people's liberties. Their health is a personal choice. It was detrimental to our businesses last go-round. As we've seen just from what the budget says, any additional impact to our businesses would affect potential sales tax, would lead to a earlier than forecasted deficit. And I don't know what we can do as a city to resist our state and federal government, but I would be all for that.
Those comments, concerns on over here as well?
Question for council. When this last go-around happened and the state issued mandates, were there any situations where the state of California came after cities or municipalities for not following the state mandates?
Yeah, there was, I know, pretty closely, there were some cities that adopted resolutions that were essentially saying they weren't going to follow the state mandates, and so they lost their ARPA money. Or not ARPA money, sorry, the CARES Act money, which, if you recall, that was the money under the Trump administration, and the ARPA money is under the Biden administration. The state pulled back the CARES Act money to those municipalities. So, if right now there's obviously no state mandates, right now there's no, in those situations there explicitly was a stick that, if cities took certain actions, they know they could risk it. So, right now, I guess what I would say is the risk calculus is not the same. From the city's perspective, if we wanted to make a statement to its businesses, show support, that kind of thing, we could probably write something, draft something along those lines, and then we would evaluate the risk as time moved on. But it's not necessary. Right now it would just be a statement of support, essentially. I don't think there'd be any risk of the city at this point, and like I said, as the situation evolves, we could always, revisit it, and we'll continue to evaluate it.
I mean, I totally support the idea of individual liberties and freedom. I mean, that's what we're based on. Just don't want to get into a potential legal situation with the state of California, and they're hammering us and withholding funds. And I mean, if withholding ARPA funds or CARES Act funds means that we stand up, then that means we stand up. But if they're get into a dire situation where they're withholding other operating funds, when we just talked about the budget, that's my concern.
Yeah, I think that's a fair concern, and like I said, right now there's no clear and present danger along those lines. And as your city attorney, I would be keeping my eyes on what those developments are. If the council were to direct to prepare something, and we would deal with that as the environment changed.
What's your take on that, Mayor Pro Tem?
I think some things are non-negotiable in my mind. There's lines in the sand. When you're talking about stuff like that, that's my line in the sand.
Don't ask, don't tell, do what you want. You want to go out with a mask, you want to get the vaccine, go for it. If you choose not to because you don't want to, that's fine too. It's my take on that. Personal choice. You choose to not go out in public and order everything in off the internet because you're concerned, so be it. Others are not, and they go out in public with a mask, without a mask. They should be allowed to do whatever they would like to do. That is my opinion. Whether there's an enforcement aspect of that, I'm not sure we really did any enforcing with our police force. They have other more important and pressing matters than to concern ourselves with someone's mask. So,
correct.
I'm not sure whether we have something on the books or not where the enforcement would land, shall we say, with our 2 officers on duty at a time with their responsibilities.
I'd like to at least make a general statement to the community that, they need to do what they need to do. That's how I feel.
You write something up for us, council, and see what...
I mean, if that's the direction that,
I like the letter of support, right? That's,
Yeah.
that's a start. We can see where it goes and see how it develops. I mean, hopefully, we don't experience that again. They realize
Yeah.
it didn't work the last time, it's not gonna work this time.
Okay, it's like a resolution of, a statement of support of local businesses and individual choice and things like that.
And the community, not just businesses, but to the community, and we recognize that it's, their individual choice is important.
Okay.
Does that seem to fit the bill, or?
I'm good with that. I just want people to know out in the community that, you know, they're not alone in that thought.
Yeah.
With that, then we can move on to council communication. Councilman Walker.
Sure. First off, I'm very glad that we're finally over the passing of the budget for this cycle. Thank you, Andy, so much for making that clear for us on this first go-around, for me, at least. And I'm excited to move forward and see where we can have options moving forward. I'm not a pessimist. I'm kind of there's not ever not an answer, or there's always something positive moving forward. We can always make a plan and move forward. So I'm hoping that we can do that with you, and I appreciate your work. And I appreciate, also, thank you for the recreation, for moving forward and making us more viable I know that it's hard for staff to balance all of the recreation programs that we have going on. So I'm excited to move forward with that junior NBA league. As for sports, we have our opening of Escalon High School's track, or their football field, coming up. October 20th is their opening day for their first home game on our new football field. And I have a request from the sergeant if we could possibly see if we can move the radar trailer over by the high school football field, maybe at the end of Stanislaus near Miller, somewhere around that. I know that we have increased traffic during those home games. So if we can look into doing that prior to October 20th game, that would be great. And besides that, I think that's it. So,
Great.
Yeah.
Councilman Engel, what do we have for tonight? Mixing it up tonight.
Yeah, I'll be quick. In regards to the budget, I'm just disappointed in the council that we didn't even attempt to do anything beyond look at it. And I'll leave it at that.
Councilman Sherman.
Just a couple of things. I really want to piggyback onto what Mr. Danziger was talking about earlier. And as of today, we have spent $598,683 towards the design of a sewage treatment plant that we have zero commitment from the industry. And so I'm looking for council consensus to just bring it up as an agenda item to discuss at the next meeting, considering a pause, because while we are going down this road, there is no guarantee that industry is going to support this project. And the $900 and whatever $1,000 cost that Andy showed us in the budget has the reality to be $1.2, $1.3 million in redesign. And so I appreciate everything that Blackwater, I appreciate everything that Justin's doing, I appreciate everything that Tom McCoy's doing, but I think we need to look at this more holistic. And instead of continuing with the design, we actually talk about it, because there may be opportunities that we do not need to do this project. And so I would like that, I'm looking for council consensus that we add it as an agenda item to just talk about it at the next meeting.
Anybody here?
As a discussion?
Just as a discussion.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with discussion. I'm fine with
Put it
that.
on next meeting.
See what kind of options we have.
On a brighter note, Sorry that I missed the wine and beer stroll by the chamber this past Saturday, but despite the rain, I heard it was a very successful event, so thank you for for the people that attended. Last but certainly not least, just want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Hagan and Mayor Bellinger for representing the city to our fine neighbors to the east and bringing back the Battle of 120 trophy, as well as really big kudos to Coach Beam and every single member of the Escalon football team, because I know it was a heartfelt battle, but we showed them that sometimes the little man prevails. Last but certainly not least, thank you to Stephanie and Sherry for hanging in there with us, and for staff for all of your hard work as well.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think there's a lot of good things said. I was hoping I can get some consensus to put some thought into the almond field stuff, what we're going to do with those fields. So I'd like to maybe get it on the agenda to have that looked at as what our options are for that.
I'll support you on that.
Okay. And then a couple other things. I'd like to revisit the parkland discussion with the CCH property over there, and see where we're going with that in the future. As an agenda item, it doesn't have to necessarily be on next agenda, but at some point. Is there anyone?
I actually reached out to them today because we haven't heard back from them. We met with them maybe about 3 weeks ago, and they were going to make some adjustments to a report they were reviewing with us. And so I reached out. I haven't heard back yet, but I did reach out to them today to check status on that.
So I don't know if we can get that on the agenda somehow to talk about the parkland and whether or not we want to continue with that or bring it back to parkland. The last conversation with CCH, they seemed about as honest and open as you could be as a company, and it just didn't seem like it was going to be something that was very, I don't know, didn't look like it was going to be beneficial to our people at all. So it's hard to justify using rec land if we're not going to have something that's weighted towards our people, in my opinion. So if anyone wants to discuss that, we can do that.
You had supported putting that on there?
Yeah, and then maybe depending on what the agenda looks like the next time, if not that, the next one after that, depending.
Regarding the...
Stop the 4-hour meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If possible, kind of spread those out a little bit.
Yeah, I try, but it, regarding options on the fields, we just compiled a listing of properties that we were gonna send that out to. We have the RFP ready to send out to properties.
Okay.
We're targeting areas that are around those areas because we figure that that's the easiest proposal. So I have that ready.
Okay.
To be mailed out tomorrow, basically. We were gonna reach out to the surrounding.
Okay.
So is that something you want me to go ahead and do? Because that, at the same time, then you still talk about it at the next meeting?
Yeah, I guess we could do that, if everyone feels good with that.
Okay. And I guess I could just follow up with what's been submitted thus far, maybe?
Let's move forward with the options and not
Kind of go
wait
from there.
on that, yeah.
For the CCH item, do they have their market study completed?
They did, but they needed to make updates to it. There were items in there that didn't fit the criteria we were talking to them about, and so I asked them to, Jalen and I both asked them to update it accordingly. So they
It's
were making
important to have that update, so it's very real information.
And then the last thing was something that had multiple citizens have brought up through the last, really last year to me is there any option or some way we can at least be open even an hour or two on a Friday? Because of, different people's hours and schedules, if it's possible without, creating a major concern for the office. That would be ideal.
I'd support being open on Fridays.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be like an all-day thing, like a couple
Yeah.
hours or something, if it's possible to do that. So
Let me-
ideally like
let me
to have
put
it as a
together some
discussion.
options,
Okay,
and then I can bring that back to you.
sounds good. And I'm sorry, that's it.
Couple things, I was able to get down to the Beer and Wine Festival last, Saturday here. Great event, sorry to see that the weather, didn't turn out the way we wanted it to. We thought we had just a little rain in the morning. I understand we had over a quarter inch of rain. Everybody toughed it out, had a good time, it looked like. I was having a good time. Everybody I saw was enjoying themselves despite the rain. So thanks again to the chamber and all those that participated and helped put on that event. It was a good event. We'll hope for better weather next year as well. Continue the good work. And I'll just keep it brief. While I was at the stroll on Saturday, the mayor of Oakdale was gracious enough to bring the trophy to us. It's got it's engraved with the 2023 victory on it. So she was great enough to do that with us when it was finished. So tomorrow, at the end of practice, I'll be going over to Coach Beam and the team after practice, present it to Coach so that he can give it to the team and find a nice home for it somewhere in a trophy case. I know our trophy cases are pretty well packed, but hopefully he can find a good spot for us, find a good home for it, so we can have that there for him. So great job again to the football program. They're doing a great job. Continue the great work. Another great hard-fought victory at Houston this last week as well. With that, we're going to go ahead and close out this meeting. We're going to go into closed session shortly. If there's any report, we'll come back out and report out. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Yes, it was.